Hey everybody, good to see you. David Snedeker here. Sorry for the delay this evening. I plan on starting a little bit later, but like 6:30ish for the broadcast. But having some audio problems this evening, and so trying to get to the bottom of that. So I've been spending some time the past hour actually on it, and still having issues trying to get my headset squared away, and I don't know what's going on, but I'll figure it out. And also, guys, we're not on DLive right now. I don't understand why that is. So for all you DLivers, bear with me and I'll figure it out tonight or tomorrow. And we'll get to the bottom of it so we can get you back up and running next show. Hey, David, love you. Hey, thanks, Gary. And I've got my monitors a little odd tonight. So, yeah, it feels a little weird tonight coming at you with kind of limping with just two of our platforms up and running. We did get enough subscribers on the YouTube, David Snedeker. So thank you for doing that. And because they keep messing with the numbers, they've already lowered it today. So I will ask you to please check out this following, let me see, and it's not on there. Okay. Yeah, it's very odd. A lot of stuff going on here, folks, that's trying to keep me from getting to you. But I'm here, so welcome. Thanks for joining me. We've got about, let me see, we've got over 1,100 on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you guys for making that work and getting over there to those platforms. I let the peeps over on the IndoctriNATION DLive know that we weren't showing there tonight. So, but welcome. What a day. Let me tell you. Let me tell you what's happening here. No surprise that some of the things that are happening with the Biden camp are happening because they are exposing themselves. But here's the big news for the day, folks. Jeff Bezos has stepped down from his position as the CEO of Amazon. And here's the interesting thing about that. Very interesting thing. And that is that the company has never done better. Never done better. Okay? And here we are. Let me pull this up for you. Jeff Bezos is stepping down as Amazon CEO. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos will step down from his role as chief executive later this year and transition to the role of executive chair, the company said Tuesday. He will be replaced by Andy Jassy. Okay, and there's Bezos. He's been its founder, CEO since founder in 1995. He oversaw its growth from an online bookseller into a $1.7 trillion global retail and logistics behemoth, which has also made Bezos into one of the world's richest people. Jassy has been with Amazon since '97, and he runs their cloud business. Their cloud business, by the way, is the business that has shut down Parler and has also sold out to CIA. They've got a near $1 billion contract with the CIA for cloud computing and many other behemoths, by the way. And so here's the thing about this. No matter what they say, okay, it really doesn't matter because what's happening is, let me ask you something. Do you think that, was this announcement a surprise to you? Do you think it was a surprise to people that aren't paying attention? My guess is it wasn't a surprise to you, but it was a surprise to people that aren't really paying attention to 17 and this broadcast. Because with this broadcast, we've shared about the CEO stepping down and why, and distancing themselves from these companies so that when they go down, there have been definitely some things that are going to pop up that are going to make the company not so valuable, not as valuable as it once was. So the more that they can distance themselves from the company, the better off the company, their stock, their family stock, their friends' stock, their shareholder stock will stay viable. And so many CEOs have distanced themselves from their companies. But here's the thing. At the peak of the market, like when the market and when their companies couldn't possibly, continue, well, they continue to rise in value. And here Bezos has done an incredible job with his company from founding it, and he's stepping down, and they're doing better business than ever before. Why? Doesn't make any sense unless you're paying attention to what's going on. A lot of these people have connections. I know there's a connection with he and Ghislaine Maxwell, with a party that was thrown a while back. I want to say 2008, without making too many assumptions about this situation, here's the thing. There are many things that are happening that don't make sense unless you're paying attention to these things like we are here. Because it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he step down? Why would these other CEOs step down? Why would President Trump take Air Force One to Mar-a-Lago and keep the football? Why did Biden have to be picked up with a private jet? First time ever that's happened. Why did the military of Myanmar take out the president of the country, who is corrupt, and the country is one of the most corrupt in the world, and why? What are their ties to Smartmatic and Dominion voting systems and the rigged election? Okay, so here we can have the military take over control. And by the way, the more you listen to the mainstream media talk about what's going on in there, they talk about the civilian government as if it's a legitimate government. It's not. It's not. They, first of all, are very corrupt. Second of all, they stole the election, and they had Dominion voting systems in that country. Okay? So now you have, excuse me. Excuse me. Cheers, everybody. Okay. Happy Tuesday. So now you have this narrative that the military coming over, and they call it a coup, but they don't call the illegitimate civilian government a coup when they stole the election. Just like our mainstream media isn't calling the coup the Biden coup. Okay? That's what they really should be calling it, because that was a stolen election. So here we have justice being handed out in a sense. The military is still, there's a lot to talk about there in terms of their credibility. But here's the thing: Biden's reaction to this is quite predictable because of the connection of the Biden, the administration, the Obama administration, Hillary Clinton, to this woman, and also to the corruption in this country. And so we got to really explore this, the human trafficking through that country, and so forth. So if Biden has a military reaction to a country that we have no business being in to begin with, okay, which is right next to China, by the way. It shares a border with China, all right, that it's probably to try to keep things quiet, that they need to be quiet. So this is going to further expose the Biden president-elect administration for who they are, and that is a sellout to China, plain and simple. And China has bought and paid for the Bidens. And this isn't, this should be a news flash from David Snedeker right now. This should be like, you should be hearing that and being like, what? The Bidens are connected to China? What? How did, what's going on? And how do we get them out of office? And et cetera, et cetera. It's like, yeah, it's not. The problem is that this isn't new news, right? It's old news, and it's proven news. And yet we continue to pretend like Joe Biden is a legitimate president. Now, I know you and I are not pretending, right? But they are, and they're having a hell of a time. I haven't seen people have this much fun since my daughter played house with her friends when she was 5. And they're playing White House, and not even in the White House. So very, very interesting happenings going on. Bezos stepping down is huge. The happenings in Myanmar are going to expose, are going to expose the Dominion voting system in foreign countries as well. So, folks, all I can say is be patient and enjoy the show, because that's what we're watching. And in the meantime, just be very diligent in your research. Look at the inserts on the VAXX INE. Don't share that with your friends. And make sure that they're not taking it if at all possible. Just have them wait. Say, don't be a guinea pig. Just wait. There's a huge success rate. People beating this thing. And I'm going to show you some things too about what India is doing. India is they're passing out HCQ, ivermectin, and these are like little kits that can keep you safe from the CV. And so we're going to continue to share that kind of information, because that's real information out there. And we've got to make sure that we're sharing the real stuff. If you're new here, welcome, folks. We are at the tip of the spear here at the IndoctriNATION. I am David Snedeker. We'll have a call in later from Todd Gitominski and Cindy Johnson from Illinois, and we're going to get into some things that are happening in the world that I think will make you feel pretty darn good about where we're at. But we have to be patient, because this is not on our timeline, and this was not meant to be on our timeline. And so it's very interesting to watch this all unfold. Yeah. So let's get to it. If you're new here, welcome. we do a process here where we imagine we're coming in with a big winter coat out of the winter storm. Look at the Northeast. We got to talk about that today. I'm actually going to share a video about that. But we're going to, that you're coming in out of the storm, and you're coming into this beautiful warm theater, and you're not going to leave your big bulky winter coat on, so you take it off, you check it at the coat check, you get your claim ticket, and you come on in. But here we imagine that in that coat we have all our indoctrination, all our preconceived notions, unconscious bias, our ego, the things that would get in the way of downloading new information, something that we haven't heard before. So we check our coat, we get our claim ticket, and you can, and it's safe there. You can grab it on the way out, but we just come in. You're safe here. We got mods in the rooms, keeping things nice and calm. Your First Amendment is welcome here, and we just ask you to open your mind and be kind, and let's have an enjoyable time together, shall we? Now, let me pull up some things that I wanted to share with you, and we're going to get into Bezos a little more with Todd, and let's see. This is going to be good. I've got some good stuff to show you tonight, folks, and. Wow. Okay. So, all right. Okay. All right. So let me get to it. The big thing I want to show you, Barb just dropped, is the President Trump's response to the impeachment. Okay, so let me pull that up. Thank you, Barb, for this. So this is answer of President Donald John Trump, 45th President of the United States, to Article 1, incitement of insurrection. Okay. The 45th President of the United States, Donald John Trump, through his counsel Bruce Castor and David Schoen, hereby respond to the article impeachment lodged against him by the United States House of Representatives by breaking the allegations out into 8 averments and respectfully represents. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the President shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Answer 1. Admitted in part, denied in part, is not relevant to any matter properly before the Senate. It is admitted that the constitutional provision at Averment 1 is accurately reproduced. It is denied that the quoted provision currently applies to the 45th President of the United States, since he is no longer President. The constitutional provision requires that a person actually hold office to be impeached. Since the 45th President is no longer President, the clause "shall be removed from office on impeachment for" is impossible for the Senate to accomplish, and thus the current proceeding before the Senate is void ab initio as a legal nullity that runs patently contrary to the plain language of the Constitution. Article 1, Section 3 of the Constitution states, "Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to removal from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy an office of honor." Since removal from office by the Senate of the President is a condition precedent which must occur before and jointly with disqualification to hold future office, the fact that the Senate presently is unable to remove from office the 45th President whose term has expired means that Averment 1 is therefore irrelevant to any matter before the Senate. It's a very good point. Further, Section 3 prohibits any person who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States from holding any office under the United States. Answer 2, admitted in part, denied is not relevant to any matter properly before the Senate. It is admitted that phrases from Section 3 of the 14th Amendment were correctly replicated It is denied that the 45th president engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the United States. The 45th president believes and therefore avers that as a private citizen, the Senate has no jurisdiction over his ability to hold office and for the Senate. So they're they're basically, breaking down what the House did is no longer relevant because the Senate would have to back it up, and the Senate cannot go after him as a citizen. In his conduct while President of the United States and in violation of his constitutional oath faithfully to execute the office to the best of his ability, and in violation of his constitutional duty to take care that the laws be faithfully executed, it is denied that he ever engaged in violation of his oath to office. On the contrary, at all times, he fully and faithfully executed his duties. So again, it covers some of these, inciting violence is just absurd. And this is a narrative. You can't impeach on a narrative. Okay? It is admitted on January 6th, a joint session of Congress met with the Vice President, the House, and the Senate. It is admitted that after the November election, the 40th president exercised his first right convenient guise of COVID-19 pandemic safeguards. States' election laws and procedures were changed by local politicians or judges without the necessary approvals from state legislatures. Insufficient evidence exists upon which a reasonable jurist could conclude that 45th president's statements were accurate or not, and he therefore denies they were false. Like all Americans, he is protected by the First Amendment. Shortly before the joint session commenced, President Trump addressed the crowd at the Capitol Ellipse in Washington, D.C. There he reiterated false claims that we won this election and we won it by a landslide. It is admitted that President Trump addressed a crowd at the Capitol Ellipse, as is his right under the First Amendment to the Constitution, and expressed his opinion the election results were suspect, as is contained in the full recording of the speech. To the extent Averment 5 alleges his opinion is factually in error, the 45th president denies this allegation. He also made statements, if you want to fight like hell, you're not going to have if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. Thus incited President Trump members of the crowd he had addressed in an attempt to, among other objectives, interfere with the joint session's solemn constitutional duty. Okay. It is admitted that persons unlawfully breached and vandalized the Capitol, that people were injured and killed, and that law enforcement is currently investigating and prosecuting those who were responsible. Seditious acts is a term of art with a legal meaning, and the use of that phrase in the article of impeachment, and thus denied the context in which it was used. It is denied that President Trump incited the crowd to engage in destructive behavior. I was there. He did not. Many Snedeheads were there. 2 million people were there, and they let people in the Capitol while we were still at the Ellipse, by the way. So if his statement was to incite us, they didn't give us time to get there. It is denied that that phrase, that if you don't fight like hell, had anything to do with the action at the Capitol, as it was clearly about the need to fight for election security in general, as evidenced by the recording of the speech. It is denied that President Trump intended to interfere with the counting of electoral votes. As is customary, members of Congress challenged electoral vote submissions by state under a process written into congressional rules allowing for a respective House of Congress to debate whether states' submitted electoral votes should be counted. It gives some precedence when they did it once before, okay? Then they blame him, about other things, finding votes from Raffensperger in Georgia. The recording accurately reflects the content of the conversation. It is denied President Trump made any effort to subvert the certification of the results. It is denied that the word find was inappropriate in context, as President Trump was expressing his opinion that if the evidence was carefully examined, one would find that you have many that aren't even signed and you have many that are forgeries. Okay, again. Then you have 8, that he gravely endangered the security of the U.S. and the institutions of government. That's denied. And that he ever endangered the security of the U.S. And it is denied that he threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a co-equal branch government. It is denied he betrayed his trust as president to the manifest injury of the people of the U.S. Rather, the 45th president performed admirably in his role as president, at all times doing what he thought was in the best interest of the American people. So this is basically that the Senate lacks jurisdiction because he holds no public office, and he can't be removed, and it will have passed a bill of attainder in violation of Article 1, Section 9, Clause 3 of the U.S. Constitution, if they should act on the article of impeachment. It misconstrues protected speech and fails to meet the constitutional standard for any impeachable offense. The House deprived the president of due process of law in rushing to issue the article of impeachment by ignoring its own procedures and precedents going back to the mid-19th century. They had to rush it through because if they waited, they would have had less and less proof and more proof that they were allowed in and that he did not cause this insurrection. So they challenged this. The article of impeachment violates his right to free speech and thought guaranteed under the First Amendment. The article is flawed and it charges multiple instances of allegedly impeachable conduct in a single article. By charging multiple alleged wrongs in one article, the House of Representatives have made it impossible to guarantee compliance with the constitutional mandate. By adding the Georgia story, that was a mistake. That's a whole separate incident. So the House charge fails by interweaving differing allegations rather than breaking them out in counts of alleged individual instances of misconduct. It shall not be divisible thereon. Okay, so these guys they know what they're doing. And the Chief Justice of the U.S. is not set to preside over the proceedings contemplated by the Senate, as he would be constitutionally required to do if the House was seeking to have the president removed from the office. Once his term expired and the House chose to allow jurisdiction to lapse on the article of impeachment, the constitutional mandate for the Chief Justice to preside at all impeachments involving the president evidently disappeared, and he was replaced by a partisan senator who will purportedly also act as juror while ruling on certain issues. So the House actions thus were designed to ensure that Chief Justice John Roberts would not preside over the proceedings, which effectively creates the additional appearance of bias, with the proceedings now being supervised by a partisan member of the Senate with a long history of public remarks adverse to the 45th president. All right. Wherefore, Donald John Trump, 45th president, respectfully requests the honorable members of the Senate of the U.S. dismiss Article 1, incitement of insurrection against him as moot and thus in violation of the Constitution, because the Senate lacks jurisdiction to remove from office a man who does not hold office. In the alternative, the 45th president respectfully requests the Senate acquit him on the merits of the allegations raised in the article of impeachment. Respectfully submitted, Bruce L. Castor, Jr., David Schoen, counsel to the 45th president of the U.S. So, there you have it. Thank you, Barb, for dropping that. And guys, if you want to see that, I'm sharing that on my page right now, and so you can check that out. All right, and let me pull up a few things. Let me see what you guys are saying here. Let's see. Let me get down to drop deltas, Super Bowl. Yeah, we'll Xtina, we'll check out the Super Bowl deltas We're going to get into some Q, and we're going to get into some deltas tonight as well. And I think we did also, we've already looked at the February 7 as well. And I don't believe, let's see, I don't believe there are, I think there's no deltas for February 7th that I'm finding. But, I think I need to do this. Hold on. Yeah, there's deltas. We're going to be going over these because we already did. So that's going to be important to go over that as well. So thank you for that. So I have that queued up. Let's see. Yeah, thanks, Barb. That was awesome. So Bannon very negative on Trump's chance of beating this in the media. Yeah, I'd like to see that, Barbara. It's I don't. Here's the media. That's why we're gonna have to have a shutdown. Yeah. So Sarah, what do you know about the FBI agents killed? We've got to. We're going to look into that tonight. If you guys have any word on that, it's a human trafficking issue. I believe it was a warrant for human trafficking, and so or child pornography, which is it's human trafficking because child pornography is not it's forced, right? It's forced. So these children are captured and trafficked. So but that's very tragic because these agents are actually doing good trying to stop these things. Okay. Let's see. Yes, that Patriot Man. Yes, I'm doing Foxhole. Thank you, bud. Yeah, that's gonna happen. I was actually on there today, so we will be on Foxhole as well. So let me see what else, guys. Let's see. Well, Dragon, how you doing? Let's see. Yes, yeah, so Harris, I've been mentioning this for a while, that she's not in the executive offices which is the VP residence. She's in the Blair House. Very telling as well. Let's see. It's about 7:40 in, Debbie, thank you. Dr. Buttar. And the nanoparticles. Yeah, we got to talk about some stuff, guys. This is unbelievable. Let's see. Anna says, Juan O'Savin mentioned that the LA restaurants are opening, but they're not allowing TVs outside because they don't want them to see the Super Bowl. Interesting. We got some stuff to talk about regarding the Super Bowl. We'll do that as we do the Q alerts. But interesting that he says that. I imagine the restaurants, yeah, that's going to be interesting to see when and why wouldn't they want them, right? Let's see. Kevin, Artistic Pauls again. Check your email if you feel inclined. Thanks, Kevin. Yes, Barbara, thank you. Please share this live out, guys. Can I share the live to Facebook? Wendy, you can try, but I don't know if that's going to work. If it's on your link, it might. Please try that. Let's see. Yeah, and MSM is downplaying the Super Bowl. What's that tell you what's coming on, right? Something going on at the White House live cam, people been saying. Activity at the Capitol. Let's see. Wow, very cool. Pat, I did my homework, Dave. I ended at the beginning of the Bible. Puzzle Master. All right, that's awesome, man. That's interesting. So so you're telling me the Bible goes backwards like the drops, huh? So let me pull up the live stream at the White House and the Capitol and see what we find here, folks. Let's see. I wish. Let me see. Advertisement. Give me a few seconds. I'll pull that up. Yeah, Gene Decode is talking. He's been talking about the white hats taking the dumbs for quite a while. I did not see the Newsmax. I want to see that video where Newsmax. I want to show that. Kathy, you posted the show on Facebook. Still there? Cool. Yeah, if you guys can post it on Facebook, that would be awesome. Please do that. Let's see. You found it by doing family roots. Follow the pen. Okay. Let's see. Amy, you're on Twitch and lots of problems tonight. Yeah, so massive human trafficking takes place every year at the Super Bowl. Who are the main people who can afford to attend? Jesse, it's a major human trafficking event because that's where they get the concubines, if you will, and the little boys and little girls, and it's sick. So here is the White House right here. I'm not seeing any activity at the White House itself. It looks like there's still some light there that is being seen where that structure was. And it looks maybe like the fountain is there, so maybe not the structure. And so was the structure finished being taken down today? Do you guys know? And then the Capitol. Let's go to the Capitol. There is, let's see, where's the Capitol? Okay. Let me find that. Why isn't it on there? Okay, let me pull it up. There it is. Yeah, it was on the same one. Okay. Let's see if we got, yeah, we got an ad. We're waiting on an ad. Let's see. Yeah, I'll tell you guys, I haven't really gotten too much into Gene Decode about the dumbs and so forth. I think he's fascinating. I know he was talking about maybe coming on this broadcast to some of the Snedheads, and I haven't had him on, but I think it would be good to maybe have him on. And I've stayed away from the kind of speculation that we can't really prove. And so, like, there's no proof that we've taken over the dumbs, although earthquakes in areas that don't normally have earthquakes and deep earthquakes and things like that. One could argue that is enough. That is enough evidence, right? And so let me take you to the Capitol here. This is Let's see. It was just on the Capitol. And what is this? What are we looking at here? Let's pull that up here. Yeah, it's a different angle. We'll come back to that. This is a pain in the butt site, by the way. I can't stand this site. John says, Vax controversy in Australian politics. MP Kelly told to be quiet on national television. By who, John? Capitol has the officer that died laying in a casket there. Okay. Let's see. Thank you, Digital Soldier. We've been over the Castle Rock studios. There was somebody did a video of the Castle Rock studios, and there was lights on where that set is. You know, the set of the White House, and there were lights on, basically. And she said normally that late there aren't lights on. Whether or not he's out here at the Castle Rock studios, or whether or not he's at the Clinton in Arkansas, the Clinton Library. But I tell you what you guys could do, and I think this would be cool, that you could call the Castle Rock studios and see if you can rent the Oval Office for a week for a feature film shoot. Or you can, you're budgeting for a feature film shoot and also trying to check for availability over the next month or so, right? You can also do the same with the Clinton Library in Arkansas, Little Rock, and you can also do it for the one outside of DC. So yeah, I would check into those. That would be very cool. So yeah, I think I am on EarthCam, guys. Let me see. Yeah, I'm on Earth. Let's see. Stream has been stopped. Yeah, Earth.tv. Let me get rid of that. Earthcam.com. Thank you. Let me go to that one. And then I'll do the search. All right. And let me see. Looks like a much better feed, by the way. Let me get through this ad. And it looks like a better feed. Leaf filter gutter protection. Okay. All right. Thank you for that ad. There we go. And here we are. All right. So looks like some lights and some cars on the left side. Nothing major, but it looks like some activity there. No question about it. The flags are at half mast, so they must be for the officer who died. Now, is this the officer who committed suicide? Thank you for that, JD. Appreciate that. Much better. Barbara, that was your post. Let me find out what you're talking about. What's going on? Audio, lost sound. Okay, let me find that. Thank you. Muted here. Hold on, let me check my audio. You should have me here, and you should also have me here. Yeah. Okay. Let me see. Sound has been good, no interruption. Okay. Let's see. Got to pull up a few things. Okay. Now, Let me pull up a few things here. Todd, Cindy, you guys want to call in before it gets too late, and we'll go over some stuff. We'll go over the Q drops, and we'll get rolling here. Let's see. Folks, this is from Craig Allen Campbell, who had me on Apocalypse TV. Double masking from here on out because it's a safe thing to do. And yes, I can breathe just fine. No, we asked, can you breed? Which is something we should all be asking these people who are wearing around these face masks without actually looking at the actual survival rate of this particular thing. This is from Todd from Jolandi Easterhuizen. Seems like a more reasonable plan than getting a shot from a eugenicist. While the world is on vaccine frenzy, the Indian government is distributing a home COVID kit. All right, hold on. COVID kit with zinc, dioxycycline, and ivermectin. The cost $265 per person. Hello, Cindy. Hold on. I gotta try it again. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I'm going to try them on WhatsApp because we have a better signal that way. So guys, I'm going to call you back on WhatsApp, okay? And on Todd's phone, I think we were doing pretty well with that, but we'll give that a try because I'm still without system audio here. Like I can, you guys would be able to hear them through the system, but I cannot hear them. So that's been a bit of an issue that I've had to deal with today. So we'll see if we can get them on the line. And let me see. Hello there. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry about the audio issues.
It was a little submarine.
What's that?
We were getting submarine sound.
Yeah, I'm getting a little wackadoo sound right now. Can we get Todd on WhatsApp? Will that work?
Yeah.
I think I just called it because it sounds very warbled on this one.
All right. We'll call you back.
Okay, thanks. All right, let me double check, make sure that I'm got the right thing here going on. Yep, I got everything I need right there. So, folks, this is what we really should be doing is this little packet, right, of this stuff. Okay, I do want to see. Barbara, what you were trying to get to me. Oh, there we go. Hey, bud, can you hear me okay?
Hey, what's happening?
Hey, we'll see how the sound goes, but I think that's a little bit better than what we had.
Yeah, there's stuff going on my end, too.
I can tell, because I think I've got full-on stuff.
Yeah, all of my live feeds and everything are taking forever to load.
Uh-huh.
And my computer's slow. I don't know what's going on.
Did you reset your modem by chance to see if that would help?
Actually, I have 3 ways of connecting, and I tried all 3, and they
Uh-huh.
were all crap.
Okay.
Meaning, my friends and I share stuff too, so if you know what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we can double check our Wi-Fi, see if
I'll reset it.
that way if I go out or they go out, they can
Right.
come on, and then I can check each other. We're so close, we can't sugar to each other through the window.
Yeah, this sounds horrible, by the way. Uh,
Like,
yeah. Yeah, it's not coming through very well at all.
well, we tried to call you on the messenger and with that submarine sound.
Yeah, that sounded really weak too.
Yeah.
Um,
Let me try a reset.
Okay.
And see if that helps.
all right.
We'll call you back.
Thanks, bud. All right. See you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Barb, I did see this. This was huge today as well, guys. And this is that Secretary of State from Pennsylvania, Kathy Bookvar, has resigned. Okay, this to me today was a bigger one than Bezos, because of the sheer corruption that existed there in the state of Pennsylvania. Also, remember, think Keystone, Pennsylvania's Keystone State, and so I'm sharing Barb's post here today. She knew about the fraud occurring in Pennsylvania during the election and was part of it. Trump amended the executive order. They had a deadline and didn't meet it. Full-blown panic in D.C. President Trump's Supreme Court docket has been updated. The court case is distributed for conference on February 19th, 2021. This means that they will actually be discussing the case on this date. The Pennsylvania secretary under this case just resigned. Nothing can stop what is coming. And this is her. She's obviously well. By the way, Barb, can you see if you can find any pictures with her and the CCP? Because we're seeing a lot of the local people in pictures with this CCP. And so, so she stepped down, okay, and that the Supreme Court is going to hear this case. Donald J. Trump for President Incorporated as a petitioner versus Kathy Bookvar, Secretary of Pennsylvania, okay, who just resigned. So this is going down as we speak here, guys. Very, very, very important. This is the court case, the article here, where Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, Middle District. It was docketed on September 23rd, and it was these are the actions that have been happening, right? And then eventually we will get to, let's see, doesn't have the February date on here, but we did see that on the previous document. Okay, here we go. January 27th, distributed for conference of 2/19/2021, right there. Okay. So that's a huge deal. Okay, that's a huge deal. Especially, in the middle of this, right? In the middle of all this. Pennsylvania Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar is resigning following news that the Department of State failed to advertise a proposed constitutional amendment that would extend retroactively the timeline for victims to file civil actions against their abusers. Okay. Her last day will be Friday, February 5th, according to Governor Tom Wolf. The department will immediately institute new controls, including additional tracking and notifications of constitutional amendments to ensure similar failings do not occur in the future. This change at the Department of State has nothing to do with the administration of the 2020 election, which was fair and accurate, said Governor Wolf. Right, Governor Wolf. By the way, Governor Wolf, you're going to, prison for crimes against humanity. So your credibility is zero. The delay caused by this human error will be heartbreaking for thousands of survivors of childhood sexual assault advocates and legislators, and I join the Department of State in apologizing to you. I share your anger and frustration that this happened, and I stand with you in your fight for justice. Imagine that these people aren't concerned with the survivors of sexual assault. Imagine that. The proposed amendment, which is in response to this child sexual abuse by Catholic clergy, first passed the legislature at the House Bill 963 in November of 2019. The Department of State was constitutionally required to advertise the wording of the proposed constitutional amendment in 2 newspapers in every county in each of the 3 months before the next general election. When members of the General Assembly are elected, that advertising did not occur before the 2020 general election. Proposed constitutional amendments must pass in 2 consecutive sessions of the state legislature, after which the proposal is put to the voters in a statewide referendum. The General Assembly was set to begin the process for second passage of the amendment this week. In preparing for the potential passage, DOS staff noticed late last week that the amendment was not previously advertised. Bookvar says, I'm extremely proud of what we have accomplished for the people of Pennsylvania. Wow, it's amazing what people are proud of these days. Must have been you got a trophy for participation, gal. I've always believed that accountability and leadership must be a cornerstone of public service. Blah, blah, blah. While I only became aware of the mistake last week and immediately took steps to alert the administration to the error, I accept the responsibility on behalf of the department. Attorney General Josh Shapiro said the DOS's failure to carry out its responsibilities in the constitutional amendment process is shameful, and all options must be on the table to fix this immediately. Too many institutions have failed survivors of sexual abuse for far too long, and I am determined for that disgraceful streak to end and to make sure justice is no longer denied. My office has made clear that the amendment process was an unnecessary hurdle from the beginning. I urge the General Assembly and Governor to do what many states have already done and let Pennsylvania survivors have their day in court as soon as possible by passing this final reform into law. This next girl, lady, the governor will appoint, was a department special advisor on election modernization. She has over 12 years of experience in election administration and was a former director of election operations for the North Carolina State Board of Elections. Modernization, as in dominion, as in machine voting, machine counting. Very sketchy, to say the least. And, of course, the sexual survivor issue. Wow, what a mess. What a mess that is. Guys, we have 888 on Twitch, 888 Infinity, and we have 1,519 on YouTube. So well over where we're at. We're about 2,400 right now. So welcome, everybody. I'm David Snedeker. This is the IndoctriNATION broadcast to you from Los Angeles. We go live Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and sometimes other nights depending on what is happening in the world. And so I look forward to seeing you on any of those nights. And this is... Let me see. Let's see. Wow. This is from Anonymous Patriots. This is Kathy Bookvar. Biography and timeline. Using the title, her palpable bias, using the title President before the word Trump really demeans the office of the presidency. She said that March 7th, 2017. And she actively threw the election and took away the residents of Pennsylvania's vote. The Trump-Russia hoax, Wilmer Hale, LLP, Robert S. Mueller III, significant grooming non-disclosures, Hyde's parentage, eugenicist, election rigging law, lifelong far-left activist, no practical experience, groomed, Hyde's Obamacare Association, Hyde's foreign associations with UBS AG, Nobel, Countrywide UK, Pilgrim Society, Bronfman, Rothschild, World Bank. Tweeted trash about President Trump while failing to disclose relationships with Twitter, Comcast, AT&T, JP Morgan, the Blackstone Group, CIA, etc. Hyde's Wilmer Hale, LLP, which was the Mueller Witch Hunt Association. She was born in Staten Island. She has a daughter. Let's see. So very interesting information that Barbara just dropped with me. So thank you, Barbara. And Penn, intellect or grooming, University of Pennsylvania. Sent immediately for her Pilgrim Society globalist grooming. This is a Pilgrim Society is a society like many of the others. Globalist grooming, just as the Clinton administration began in 1993. Yeah, she's dirty. Yeah, there's a lot here. So she obviously cannot stand President Trump, and she has been vocal about that. Okay, and of course the voter fraud. And these are the kind of people that stole our election from us, and now they're having to resign. They're having to hide. Oh, that was interesting. Barbara said, follow the pen. Of course, University of Pennsylvania. So very good stuff. We're gonna get into some more. Let me see. Let's see. Okay. So, let me bring up some things I wanted to show you tonight while we wait for Todd and Cindy. Now this is interesting. Okay, this is this is from Allison Hutchison, and there's more to the arrest of Myanmar's leader Aung San Suu Kyi and military takeover than meets the eye. Myanmar is a huge hub for child trafficking, never mind election fraud. When you mix with tyrants, expect to get caught. We saw this. This is Alexander Soros, which is George Soros' son, who has ties there. And I don't quite know what that means, which means it's back to my Lungi. Obama, this is her. This is the woman who who is missing. The military has taken her. She's very tight with Hillary. She's very tight with Obama, and there's mass corruption in Myanmar. And guys, if you could find out how much money we give them too, that would be huge to find out. Like Ukraine, like Iran, money going to them and then coming back to us, right? And obviously Hillary loves this gal, so she must be doing something for her, because we know who Hillary is, right? So thank you for that, Allison. And it really is happening worldwide, folks, as to what's really going down here. And so that's why I'm excited about all this. Hey, bud. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better. I think we're good now.
Cool.
Yeah. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah, I shut a restart thing.
Okay. I think that's helping. What are your thoughts?
Obviously, I don't know what the hell you've been talking about. I haven't been able to get
I've
probably repeated things.
I've gone a little bit over Myanmar. I've gone with the child trafficking. I haven't shown any proof of the child trafficking, but we know the corruption. I asked the Snedheads to see if they could find out how much money we give them every year. Right, that's going to be huge. Like how much money goes in and comes back.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, so
boomerang money.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. Boomerang money. I
was
also
looking at just off the Capitol on. There was some flashing lights in the front. I don't know what that means, but I'm kind of just popped on while I heard you guys talking about it before.
One of the girls told us to do that.
To ensure your custom install is perfect for your home.
Yeah, there's some lights there, but
Then we'll
to
install
find out whether it's the Capitol Police officer, because I would be too quick to have one of the FBI agents there.
Yeah, no, I don't think. Yeah, here it is here. Yeah, it wouldn't be the FBI agents, I don't believe. But yeah, I definitely see some blue lights there, but not seeing a lot going on. It's hard to tell with this stuff, right? To figure out what the heck's going on. Jennifer Davis, what?
She just said, massive stuff happening at the Capitol. Many black SUVs just rolled in and lots of police.
I wonder if our buddy, the Mustang, what is it, Mustang Medic?
Oh, yeah.
Is it Mustang Medic? Yeah, Mustang Medic.
Yeah.
Welcome to Mustang Medic. We are reporting on the ground and everywhere.
He is, yeah.
We are seeking the truth and we're reporting it. So, please.
Yeah, exactly,
join
right?
the team. God bless America.
Yeah, nothing new from him today that I can tell. Nothing new from him. So we've got some, let me see what I got here. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Web page not available. Let's see, from what you guys were just trying to send me.
Oh, yeah, the link.
Yeah, I'm using the right link now. I'm using the right link. So, what I talked about Bezos briefly. Brook VAR, we went over Brook VAR. What are your thoughts on what's going down right now?
Well, I think they're giving us clues to the show is still going on with the signing the paperwork today that Biden did with the executive actions,
Yeah.
because he even said himself, "I'm here to sign these executive orders doing this," and then he said, "I mean executive actions."
Yeah.
He kind of clarified himself, and I was like, "Oh, thanks, Joe." And
Let me. I'm gonna play this, brother, and
yeah, that's very brief.
it's like 4 minutes long.
Yeah.
Let me play this, and I'm gonna do. Let me see if I can do a closed caption, because I want to. I'm having problems with my
California
audio
homeowners, if you have
here
a
on
power
my
meter like
end.
this on the side of your house, you can
So,
qualify
but
to
I
be
think
raise
you
your
guys are
energy
going to be able
bill
to hear it
at no
fine.
cost to you. There's a
And I'll
California
pull it
state
up here
program
for
called the
you.
Property.
And just let this play. Hold on one sec.
Every family just
And here we go.
shield on and go out in the morning dreads the possibility of a call, receiving that phone call.
And
My heart aches for the families. I've not had an opportunity, nor will I try today, to contact them, but they put their lives on the line, and it's a hell of a price to pay. And every single day, every one of these folks get up and they, by and large, the vast majority of these men and women are decent, honorable people, put themselves on the line. We owe them. But the purpose of my asking you here today is I want to congratulate the new Secretary of my office, is going to take on an easy job, nothing to it, Homeland Security, and going to deal, looking forward to his leadership and working with Congress on a lot of issues, including the immigration bill that has, I think, great support in both chambers. Today, I'm going to sign a few executive orders to strengthen the immigration system, building on the executive actions I took on day one to protect dreamers and the Muslim ban, and to better manage our borders. And that's what these three different executive orders are about. And I want to make it clear, there's a lot of talk, with good reason, about the number of executive orders that I have signed. I'm not making new law. I'm eliminating bad policy. What I'm doing is taking on the issues that 99% of them, that the last president of the United States, issued executive orders I thought were very counterproductive to our security, counterproductive to who we are as a country, particularly in the area of immigration. This is about how America is safer, stronger, more prosperous when we have a fair, orderly, and humane legal immigration system. And with the first action today, we're going to work to undo the moral and national shame of the previous administration that literally, not figuratively, ripped children from the arms of their families, their mothers and fathers at the border, and with no plan, none whatsoever, to reunify the children who are still in custody and their parents. The second action addresses the root causes of our migration to our southern border. And the third action, the third order I'm going to be signing, orders a full review of the previous administration's harmful and counterproductive immigration policies, basically across the board. And so with that, I'm going to sign the first order, which is a reestablishment of the interagency task force and the reunification of families. Remove the stain on the reputation for what the separations cause. That is the first order. The second order I'm signing is creating a comprehensive regional framework to address the causes of migration and to manage migration throughout the North and Central America, and to provide a safe and orderly processing of asylum seekers at the United States border. And the third order I'm signing is restoring the faith in our legal immigration system and strengthening immigration and inclusion efforts for new Americans. My grandfather would say, the grace of God and the goodwill of the neighbors will reunite these children and reestablish our reputation as being a haven for people in need. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, guys. Mr. President, what's your message to these families who've been separated? Thank you.
Will you raise the refugee cap, sir, Mr. President?
Thank you. Thank you. Let's go.
When will we see action to back up these reviews, Mr. President?
Thank you.
Plenty of time to
Thank
talk
you very
about it.
much. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want.
Very interesting end there with the camera and looking at the rest of the room, part of the room, and also the woman who kept saying thank you, thank you, thank you, as if to herd the reporters out of the Oval Office, and so that they wouldn't ask him questions. So there was nothing about. It's almost like they're running away from the press there, and of course you got Circle Back Girl, who's his press secretary, which is also very, very odd. You know, even if you're on the left, you're looking at this saying, you know, how odd is this woman and her reaction to these things. Todd, you back with me?
Hello? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. We're having a lot of trouble even getting the videos to play. Like your feed is super choppy. Like now it's saying air loading.
Yeah. And the audio is bad as well. Why don't we try, what do we say we try Signal? And if that doesn't work, we might have to call it, just because you're so choppy right now.
Yeah, we're having big time problems. Even our feeds doing the same thing. So we're having bad connection.
Can you try to call me on Signal?
Yep.
All right, cool. All right, bud. Thanks.
Bye.
See ya. All right, guys. We'll try one more thing there, and if that doesn't work, we'll call it a night. Todd and Cindy can take a little break, and we'll get into some other things. A lot to get into. Anal swabs. You know, double, triple, quadruple masking, just insanity, folks. And here's the thing, it's going to get it's going to get crazier before it gets normalized. Okay. I want to show you while we're waiting on that. I want to go back to the Burma. Barbara had some good information on this as well, and let me do this. Okay. The Burmese military. Now, as you know, Myanmar was once Burma. Has arrested the country's leaders after credible evidence of widespread voter fraud became impossible to ignore. Does that sound like something something familiar? And so they arrested them for committing election fraud, which, by the way, is supposed to happen for anybody committing treason against your country. The military has taken control of the country for at least a year and detained civilian leaders, military says. Also, this was very interesting in how this was all tied together. Internet connectivity in Myanmar falls to about 75% of ordinary levels amid possible coup d'etat. This was while it was going on, by the way. It was disrupted amid the military uprising and reports of detention of civilian leadership. Real-time network data shows national connectivity falling to 75% of ordinary levels from 3 a.m. local time. Incident ongoing. And of course that picture again, and some of these. They're obviously very, very close. Okay. And there's Soros. Secretary Clinton, this was 2011, meets the leader of Myanmar, and they dined. So the whole civilian government was supposed to correct the corruption. It didn't. It didn't at all. It didn't at all. Statement by Jen Psaki on Burma. The U.S. is alarmed by reports that the Burmese military has taken steps to undermine the country's democratic transition, including the arrest of State Councilor Aung San Suu Kyi and other civilian. Let's see. Call us. Okay, let me do that. All right. Okay, there we go. Let's see if this is any better, folks. We are connecting through Signal. President Biden has been briefed by NSA National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. We continue to affirm our strong support for Burma's democratic institutions. Hey, how's that?
It's good on our end. How's it on your end?
A little choppy. Keep talking.
Keep talking. Blah, 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 blah.
You sound perfect.
Is it perfect?
No, just I was being facetious. Sound like
like when you do the
Exactly. So why don't you just give us your general take on today, and see if we can get that out, and then we can go deeper or call it.
Okay. Well, first of all, today the biggest thing I think was that Biden fiasco that we just witnessed, or you guys did. I couldn't see it again.
Mm-hmm.
He sounded really strange, and then to go under his breath and said, remove the stain of the last administration. It's just like so 10-year-old, It was like way out of bounds today. In my mind, I played that a couple times and I was just dying laughing because it was just
a little over the top, yeah?
Yeah, just like really ridiculous to remove this. I mean, literally, the last administration ripped children from their parents. They came over with coyotes, you idiot. It's...
Yeah.
And they didn't rip them away from their parents. Hell, they didn't know where they were. They put, I don't know what they had a figure on that, Dave. Like, it was tens of thousands of kids were reunited with their families.
You know what, Todd? You're totally underwater, brother. Yeah, I'm sorry.
This isn't good.
Something's going on your end. Let me see if Barbara's available to call in, because she's got some great stuff that she put up today. Maybe we can get into that a little bit. She also shared the Q drop on the stepping down. We're going to go over. So send me anything you want to go over in show chat or from you.
Yeah, use step down as your keywords and go to let's see. trying to get my computer working. Okay, 4951 is the Nixwick. That's the one that was pretty relevant. And then use step down as your keyword and follow some of the numbers, and you'll be amazed. It goes right to some big things.
Cool. All right. Thanks, brother. We'll talk later. See you, Cindy. Bye-bye. Guys, I'm sorry. Something's going on with Todd's connection there. And we've got some sound issues on this end as well. And that's why it sounds like he's in a kind of a can, because normally he comes through the system, but I'm having some problems with that system right now, so I don't know what's going on. So I'll hopefully get to the bottom of it tomorrow. So, excuse me. Barbara, if you have an okay connection and you want to call in because you've got some great stuff tonight, maybe you'd like to talk about some of it. If not, that's fine. I don't want to put you on the spot or if you're busy, but I'm going to go over it anyway. And thank you for your work on that. So finishing up with Jen Psaki, and by the way, you should be able to do Messenger, Barb, if you want to do that. And so, the reason why they have to react this way is because of what they know about, what they know about them in Burma. Okay. We continue to affirm our strong support for the democratic institutions in Burma, and in coordination with our regional partners, urge the military and all other parties to adhere to democratic norms and the rule of law, and to release those detained today. The United States opposes any attempt to alter the outcome of action against those responsible if these steps are not reversed. We are monitoring the situation closely and stand with the people of Burma who have already endured so much in their quest for democracy and peace. Folks, this is coming from the spokesperson of the party that actually stole the election. There's zero credibility here. Zero credibility whatsoever. Okay, there's Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Awesome. Thanks for calling in.
You're welcome. Hopefully my connection's better. I don't know.
I think it does sound good, guys. How's Barbara sounding? I know she's a little tinny because I have you going right into the microphone.
Oh, okay.
But yeah. So some great drops today, by the way, on some of your stuff. What would you like to jump into with the work that you've done, and what was the biggest aha for you today?
Well, I think you went over the one about the Penn State one.
Yeah.
The other one was George News. Let me just see. I got to go through I post so much.
I know. By the way, it was University of Pennsylvania. Penn is different than Penn State.
Right.
So, and yours was Penn, University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what I meant. University of Pennsylvania.
Okay.
Yeah, the Rothschild connection, that was pretty, interesting that I found that right after you started talking about it.
Yeah, Brookvar. Yeah.
Yeah, and someone in chat, let me just see, I sent you a message. Randy Thomas said Brookvar is a cousin of Hillary. Now that would be an interesting connection. What?
Really? Wow.
I mean, you would make that stuff up.
No, that's interesting. Do we have any affirmative on that?
I don't know. He just posted it in chat. So if he's on and he wants to, either send it to you or that would be cool.
Yeah, please do. Let's see. Let's see. I'm just pulling up. People are saying Scavino's got a couple posts. What? So with her, the very interesting thing is that she's literally right in the middle of this issue, right, with the election, but she's having to step down because of a completely different, a completely different and unrelated, problem. And
Right.
but how interesting that it's totally unrelated for those that aren't in the know, but it's completely related for those in the know.
Yeah, and I don't know how far you looked into the document you were looking at. It looks like she actually went to school with some Rothschilds. So that was kind of interesting as well. She had not just connections, in her adult life, but also, in school life.
Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to dig deeper there. Definitely, let's definitely dig deeper into this woman. Because there's definitely connection. Basically, what I was looking for was, how we saw all of these. By the way, Randy, if you have any connection with Hillary, please let us know.
Did you see my post on Alexandria Cortez?
No. Let me see.
Scroll down. It's like, I'm trying to think of where it is. It's right below the one where it says Joe Biden's signature was actually made by his wife.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, if you scroll down about 7 hours ago, you should see it.
Oh, wow. And Nicola dropped something here about Moscow we got to check out, too.
Yeah. She posts, she shares a lot of the stuff that she does on the page. So I really appreciate her a lot.
Yeah, she's awesome. Let me see. So, oh my God, there's so much going on here.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. Some people said I was on fire today. I just started.
You were. I wanted to have you on after seeing all this. The Wheels Up stuff is huge.
Yeah.
So let's go to and the one that you wanted me to go to now is where?
It says oops, and this is based on AOC's statement. Pedo Biden is a fraud who accepted corporate bribes. And she actually stated politicians use Rubio's excuse all the time that the money they take doesn't impact their policy positions. They say it's about NRA, Big Pharma, Wall Street, and fossil fuel. It's time to call a spade a spade. Corporate PAC donations are legal bribes.
Wow.
And then it says, CNBC says Wall Street spent over $74 million to back Joe Biden's run for president, topping Trump's haul. Yeah. So she basically said that Biden accepts corporate bribes. So out of her own mouth.
This is it's going to be she's a piece of work, obviously.
Right.
And total here it goes. Let me pull it up for everybody. So if you can see, based on AOC's statement, Pedo Biden is a fraud who accepted corporate bribes. Politicians use Rubio's excuse all the time that money they take doesn't impact their policy decisions. They say it about NRA, Big Pharma, Wall Street, and fossil fuel. It's time to call a spade a spade. Corporate PAC donations are legal bribes. $74 million for Joe.
Right.
And the other issue that we're seeing too is under this supposed Biden administration is seeing how the SEC and how the Pocahontas and some of the others are reacting to the GameStop, and they're definitely seeing we're definitely seeing a bias in the direction of Wall Street, which is no surprise.
Well, if you scroll down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more posts, Nicola posted, did you know that Wall Street funded the communist revolution in Russia? What makes you think they are not funding it here?
Right.
Which connects that post to that one.
Yeah. Yep. Did you know that Wall Street funded the communist revolution in Russia? What makes you think they're not funding it here? The main obstacle to a stable and just world order is the United States. Changing the attitude and policies of the U.S. remains my top priority. That was Soros. The Bolshevik revolution is a very interesting thing, and people have even brought up the use of Q. They used a similar type of thing in the Bolshevik revolution to get people to stand down. But I don't find that to be equatable because of the amount of information that that 17 is divulging through all this, allowing us to be emboldened and strengthened. Communism was not created by the masses to overthrow the bankers. Communism was created by the bankers to overthrow and enslave the masses. You must understand, the leading Bolsheviks who took over Russia were not Russians. They hated Russians. So this is a 13-minute video. Wall Street funded the Bolshevik Revolution, and we'll I'll drop that on my Facebook as well. Well, Nicola dropped it. Let me just share Nicola's here. There we go. Okay, so guys, you can find that on my Facebook, David Snedeker, and from Nicola Garrett. Thank you, Nicola. And
did you see the decode on Biden's short commute in regards to
no, I want to go into that.
Okay.
Let's go to that right now, and that's I think it's about 33 posts up from here. So let me just find that.
33 posts up. It's actually a couple posts up.
I know. Yeah, I'm messing with you.
That's too funny.
So decode Biden's short commute. Okay. Yeah, I love this stuff. Here we go. Let me. I just lost it. There we go. Okay. And we got another decode we got to do too.
Which one?
The one with Trump in the office.
Oh, the strange anomaly one, the one above it.
Yeah.
And there's that one, and then there's a continuation on that one up above.
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so let's have some fun, guys. Let's go through this. So. Decode of Biden's short commute. Biden tweeted out that he is grateful for the short commute. Commute also means to reduce a judicial sentence, especially a sentence of death, to one less severe. Grateful for the short commute on days like these. Commute, reduce a judicial sentence. And then we go to 2015 and 1015. Let me go there separately on the Q post so we can see a little bit better. And we're going to go to 1015 and 2015. How interesting that they're okay. So the 2015. Let me make sure I've got that correct here. 2015. Okay. So 2015 is deactivate Killbox 1AZB, Corona 1 now offline, Corona 4 now offline, Corona 8 reroute T83, Corona 8 new control, Corona 8 now offline. Very interesting, first off, on the Corona, because this is back in 2018 when we knew nothing about the CV, okay? And so, and is it, by the way, is it the CV of people where they're saying, people were saying that CV was going to be a death sentence for the people that are not cooperating.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
Is that the way you read it?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the actual post was done at 10:15 p.m. So going to the 10:15, let me take you guys there, and that is example Gateway Bridge Project, 1.8 million Cory Booker, Singapore, 3.5 million Chuck Schumer, Israel, 400,000 Chris Christie, Mary Pat, U.S., Omnibus Bill, the gift that keeps on giving. So this is just to show the corruption of all these people. Anything to add to that?
No, that just 17 tells us we have everything. That just proves, we have a lot on everyone. So that's what I got of that.
Yeah.
The gift that keeps on giving.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's uncanny.
I mean, we get gifts every day.
Yeah. And here we are, Barb, 2018, and Corona is all capped, really prominent, and Corona One now offline, kill boxes, it's just, what is going on here that is obviously connected.
Right.
Very interesting. I don't see any off of that takes us any further down the path, but let me just give another look.
Well, the short commute, I was kind of thinking the Castle Rock. That.
The Castle Rock going to from here, you mean? From the decode?
Mm-hmm.
And well, normally what we'll do is we'll go with some of the numbers, right?
Right.
Like if we had 698. Now you're thinking Castle Rock because he's not really at the White House.
Yeah.
But interesting that there was snow outside.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Right.
And here's one that I went down, by the way, on here is 698 because it was 60908. So dropping the zeros, I went to 698, and 698 says U.S. Secret Service on high alert. So could be significant given, that the post was from Biden.
Well, right? And also the Castle Rock, they have the surveillance.
Yes. Yeah. Let me pull up Castle Rock and see what we have here. There we go. Castle Rock is pretty, let me see what's coming up here. It's not coming up here for me. What's going on?
Are you on my page, or are you?
No, let me go to your page. Did you, going up a few?
No, you just go up one from there, and, well, this is talking about the surveillance.
Okay.
About this strange anomaly.
Strange anomaly, okay. Do you have it in front of you there?
Yeah.
You want to read that for us?
It says, strange anomaly. Most anons agree that General McInerney's Telegram account is likely not real, and it's not really him. However, a strange anomaly occurred this morning. The McInerney Telegram account posted a photo of what appears to be President Trump on a Zoom call with different military groups. It could be an old picture, maybe slightly different, but what's bizarre is that the post that on Telegram at 1:06 a.m., which is exactly the same time that Scavino tweeted the Trump wins video.
Yeah.
And then it goes through and it says Donald Trump wins that video, right?
Yeah.
And then if you look at the screen that he's looking at,
Yes.
You can see Trump in the middle of the photo. So what I did was there was a continuation that I posted on that up above. Live surveillance, the fencing around the Capitol looks just like the perimeter outline Mike Pompeo was looking at on January 14th from the White House. Is POTUS looking at live video surveillance at the White House? Pompeo tweeted a Bible passage where the Post asked you to look up some drops on your own, including 241. That leads to drop 241 about the White House having live security cameras. Drop 2108, surveillance paying off. When does a caged bird sing? And then it gives you the whole decode right there on my post.
Yeah, I want to go to the caged bird. Before we do, I blew up the that picture for us.
Which one? The one with the arrows?
The one on what's on his computer screen.
Oh yeah.
So, guys, you could see, yeah, this is very odd. It looks like...
he looks like he's staring right into the camera.
Yeah. Well, the lower middle...
Classic Trump trolling.
Yeah, the lower middle is him, right?
Yeah.
And then the left of him looks like it might be, you know, a table, just maybe a cabinet table. The one above that, you know, it reminds me of how they take pictures at NASA.
Okay.
These look like NASA pictures to me. The one in the upper left-hand corner has the American flag, and they look like they're all wearing the same outfits in all these pictures.
Right.
Which would be astronauts, right? And then, of course, the bottom right one we can't make out at all.
Right.
But whatever it is, it looks like they're the same uniform. So if anybody wants to take a screenshot of that and dig into that a little bit more and try to figure out what's going on, if it's not NASA, it may be, you know,
looks like military.
Yeah.
Right.
So is he?
The top left one, it looks like military uniforms.
Yeah. Is he having a conversation, a Zoom call, if you will, with military? Yeah, James. Yeah, that's what it looks like. Which would tell us. The only reason I didn't say military is because the short sleeves on the upper right hand corner. Like what uniform would be in short sleeves right there? But how interesting if in actuality this was to send us a message that he's in control of the military. Proud Mama says Space Force maybe. Yep.
Well, they did
Could
put
be.
some drops in that. First one was, hold on one second. I just messed up my picture here.
That's all right. Take your time. We'll.
I hate bringing up these pictures. Mike Pompeo, the earth is the Lord's. Oh, now see, I can't blow up this photo. It's driving me nuts. Okay, and everything in it, the world and all who live in it, Psalm 241. And that's when they went to drop 241.
Now, are you going up to the other decode?
Yeah, I went up to the other one.
You're getting ahead of me,
also,
like Todd.
No,
like
but it's also in one. It's also in the one I read below, I think. No, it isn't. Okay.
I couldn't find it. That's all right. So, all right. So now we're up to continuation. Hold on. Let me pull this up for everybody. Let's see.
Remember how he drew that map on the table?
Let's see. Hold on. Okay. Yeah.
And it's saying the fencing around the Capitol looks a lot like the perimeter outline Mike Pompeo was looking at on January 14th.
Mm-hmm.
So that would also coincide with the military being in control, if that's the case, because how could he draw a map on the table and it be the same, almost the same exact shape as the map of the fencing. That's kind of crazy.
Little different, but it's
pretty similar.
It's similar.
I mean, except for that little outshoot on the left, it looks pretty similar.
And then the what drops did you go to here? Let me see. So
one of them is Pompeo 241.
Okay.
And the other one was 2108.
Let's see. 241 and what's the other one?
2108.
2108. Okay. All right. 2108 is Military Intelligence Team, Military Intelligence Battalion, Strategic Signals Intelligence, Intelligence Brigade, Strategic Signals Intelligence, designation, Military Intelligence Team, Military Intelligence Brigade, SIG.
It's mostly at the bottom.
Okay. Fly.
This time. Yeah.
Fly, Rod Rosenstein, Fly. We've also seen Fly, Roth's Fly, as in Rothschilds. Desperate people do desperate things. It is during this period of time that surveillance pays off. When does a bird sing?
Right.
And then it goes to, the link is Jim Jordan. And about the Nellie and Bruce Orr's involvement in the dossier. They knew the Clinton campaign paid for it. They knew Steele was extremely biased against Trump. And that's an article where a video where he asked Jordan and Meadows both asked Trump to declassify the Carter Page documents, and this was in 2018. And going over to 241, the White House party with 400 plus guests, whoever posted those insider pics did not take into account the many White House public and private security cams which can triangulate in time, log, identify the person responsible. We will investigate. Think. Right? This was supposedly the children, the hot dogs and pizzas from Chicago.
Yes.
Which Hillary said to Barack that we shouldn't do this and we should keep this kind of activity in our designated places, but you're the president, so I'll leave it up to you. But that was a mistake that was made regarding that. And and I love how the bird cage, by the way, when does a bird sing? And the bird cage, can look very similar to the Capitol Dome, right? The Capitol Dome. Yep. And also we're looking at surveillance, possibly Trump surveillance, or it looks to me like a call with military.
Yes.
And then there's a couple where there are a couple other drops that I'm not seeing down here at the bottom.
I think that's still, hold on, I can't bring it up.
The 241?
Yeah, it's also 241.
Okay.
If you go, I don't know if you saw the post by Cindy Powers.
I did not.
I posted the video of the live feed from the
from Culver City?
Culver City.
Yes.
I posted the two live videos. Well, she branched out onto that above, and she was trying to make the connection of the fake inauguration and the Culver City movie studio.
Right.
So she did a little thing up above that I thought was interesting.
Okay. Let me, I just wanted to, while we were on, as we go into the Castle Rock and the Sneds.
Well,
go ahead.
It's interesting because of one of the people that stepped down today. There's a Bezos connection that she made.
All right, cool. Let me get to that. Let me see. I just Oops, lost connection. What's going on here? Okay. And this is on your thread?
Yeah, it's on my thread. It's right
I
above.
See it.
Yeah. Right
Connection, not coincidence, from Cindy Powers. Okay. So thank you, Cindy, for this. And let me take you to that. Connection, not coincidence. Trying to connect the dots with the fake inauguration of Joe Biden. This is the Culver City movie studio where they have a replica of the White House. Amazon, Jeff Bezos, decided to spend $600 million here to further their entertainment division. I did not know that. Oh, and did I mention Apple has a new building right across the street from the studio where all of the remodeling is occurring? Why is Hunter Biden suddenly living in Beverly Hills, just around the corner from Culver? Sorry, but I don't buy into the coincidence of any of this. Tex Hollywood takeover. Amazon reboots Citizen Kane and ET Studio. Well, obviously, Amazon is getting into its own production, as is Netflix, as is, you know, because the bottom line here, folks, is it's kind of like when you know, being in film, Barb, when you would always try to sell your movie for more than you made it for. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. So studios that are buying movies are paying more than if they went out and bought them and made them themselves. Now, I'm not talking about the studios, because the studios, they can do it cheaper because they're overpriced everything, and everybody gouges a studio. So you can't be in a studio and making really good product for little money, but you can as an independent studio, like the Netflix, so the Netflix and Amazon's have a huge advantage over Fox, Sony, Universal, Warner Brothers, because they can make movies for a third of the cost. And so, and what they do is they'll use independent studios like the Culver Studios here, and you just pay them for the rental of their space. But it looks like Bezos is stepping it up by buying these studios.
Do you think that's why he stepped down?
I honestly think he stepped down to separate himself from the company he built, and because I think there's more that's going to come out in his relation to all of this.
Right.
And so. And if he stepped down to do something like this, I think it would be more dialogue about it, because anytime, let's say, for example, you're the CEO of Amazon, but you want to bring attention to Amazon Studios, that would be the perfect time to mention he's going to step down from that to head Amazon Studios, because then you give the publicity to Amazon Studios. Right. So it's a wasted opportunity if you don't mention it. Yeah. So Ihani says, Dave, Super Bowl is a talk on the streets for the emergency broadcast message. Apparently CNN is discouraging people to watch the Super Bowl. I'm definitely watching it. Yeah. I'm feeling like that there's definitely something going on with, here's the Super Bowl. Okay, think about the halftime show of the Super Bowl. It is a satanic ritual that they do, like 90% of the time. And so that's a time when you have the most viewers. That's why they do the satanic rituals. And they're rife with them, and so maybe they use that opportunity to bring awareness to what's really going on in the world. That would be fantastic, and so that's that could be fantastic. So, but also like IME, I feel like we were getting played, and it pisses me off. All this energy we're spending on this could be spent actually saving, helping children. No? Well, I think bringing awareness to what's going on in the world and who these people are is helping the children, because we have to bring the light to the darkness. Otherwise, you don't know where to go. You don't know where to start. But bringing light to it and bringing attention to it, I think, is definitely a really, really good thing.
Right, because they're all connected.
Yeah.
They're all involved.
Yep.
I just sent you a link to Q-Tip's a post that he did on War Room. That's interesting.
Okay, what's it in?
Messenger.
Okay, let me check it out. So that's interesting. Interesting connection to Bezos there on that, and we'll see where that goes. Now, let's see. Hold on. Let me pull up a couple things here. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yes, I will. Okay. Jennifer, I will check the email here. And hold on. Okay.
I know someone, that I posted the 007 one too, but you don't have video sound, right?
I can for you guys. I just wouldn't have it, but I can figure it out. Which one did you post?
Oh no, it was the Trump 007 where he's supposedly I don't know if he's in the Winter White House or the White House, but it shows him signing an executive order, and it says on the executive order, the best is yet to come.
And which did you post that today?
Yeah.
And
it's 8 hours ago, so it's scroll down underneath the oops.
Okay.
The OC statement.
Okay. And while and we've got some stuff on Biden too. This is something that you came up with. Let's see, the Winter White House. We got the wheels up. We got to go over. Let's see. AOC. So it's below AOC. Here we go. And I'm going to get back to the Super Bowl as well, guys, because we're going to do Jennifer. I'm going to look at your decode, and I'm also going to look at the Q drops on February 7th. So okay, so let me bring you to this, guys. This is meanwhile the real president 007 Don back at the White House headquarters. 2 videos. The best is yet to come. Let me see.
Yeah, I would state that I do not own the rights to this music.
Oh, is it they do the music? Okay.
Yeah. But if you state it, they can't do anything.
Do we need audio on this?
Oh, you don't know.
Okay. This is when he comes over and he tips the people, right? The tips the workers. Is that the one? That's one of the videos.
I don't see him tipping workers. Maybe he does. I don't know. Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah, let me play this for you guys.
Is he tipping them or is he handing them a card? Yeah.
I'm not sure. He's handing them something. Yeah, I think he handed him like a C note and said, "Pass it among you guys." So this is, I think that's at Mar-a-Lago. And yeah, and then the next one is that's like a cue. This is, I remember this one. This has music.
Yeah.
But he's signing an executive order, but it says the best yet to come. I don't think that's for real though. I think that's right? He wouldn't hold up a cue. So I don't think that's for real unless he's playing around there.
Yeah.
Right. What did you want? And then he's got the Punisher in there too.
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, I was looking at it. I mean, I don't do editing videos, but I don't know how hard it would be to edit the video with his hand over it like that. That was my main.
Well, what can be done is, I'll show it again, but what can be done is you just put a green screen on that, and then you can make it whatever you want. But something seems very odd to me about the whole thing. And yeah, so I see. Yeah, so he's just taking, and by the way, I think that's why Biden isn't holding up his, because people are going to throw memes on there, like big time, you know what I mean, like gangsters. Yeah, that too, right? That too. Yep, exactly. Yeah, so. Yep. Now let's go to. I want to go back to. I want to go to this. The Q drops on the Castle Rock real quick.
Okay.
Basically, the Castle Rock is got the 4413, which has the American flag. And those loyal to our constitutional republic and our command structure, those loyal to the office of the president and the will of the people, those who swore an oath to protect and defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic, those good people who serve proudly for America, Castle Rock, for God and country. And it's talking about the Pentagon officials who were resigning, basically.
Right.
Fifth Pentagon official to resign in 7 days. Okay, these are the people that they had to get rid of. Okay, and this is another one. This was from a suspended account, so we can't go to that one anymore. And then 4414. Okay, so before I go to that one, I want to go to. I'm going to go to Jennifer's decode. Okay, now, so I got this today, and I'm just going to read it because it's some good stuff, and make the connection how you want, but I want to present it to you so you guys can see if you think it's a connection or not. Okay, first map, think mirror. Okay, that was on the News Unlocks map, think mirror, and then if you mirror the map, then you get PAM, public arrest made. Okay, public arrest made me think of evil people, made me think of drop 666. Look at drop 666 partially posted below. Outrage justice, follow the light. Let me pull up 666 here. Didn't mean to do that. Alrighty. Now we've been to 666 many times, obviously, and it brings us to Super Bowl. Okay, why did the memo drop a Friday and before the Super Bowl? Did this seem strange to you? Watch the news. Rothschild estate sale, Black Forest, stock market dive, 666, coincidence? Which we just had a 620 drop. Soros, transfer of wealth, Dopey freed, marriage for power, not love, Hilton, Roth, Soros, Clinton. We just saw Clinton's husband, Soros. We just saw him in Myanmar. News Unlocks map, think mirror, that's where Jennifer got PAM, public arrest made. Which team? They don't know. Apache. These people are evil. Hold on, my phone's blowing up for some reason. Hold on. Barbara? Did I lose you? Okay. I gotta call her back. Okay. Okay, sorry about that. You were blowing up. Something was making a bunch of noise. So which team that could take us to Super Bowl? They don't know. I'm getting some background too, Barbara. Could you turn me down on your end? Okay, I lost her.
Messenger audio.
Okay. Barbara?
Is that better?
Yes, thank you. So which team? They don't know. Apache, right? Which team? These people are evil. Still don't believe you are sheep to them. 2020 is coming. Public is vital. Release of info vital. Outrage justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. Okay. Now, before we go to that,
That was a video.
and can you, Barbara, can you mute you just until we come back on, just so the background noise, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out how to mute it.
I think it's right beside the speaker button.
I got it.
Okay, thank you. So here's what I thought when I saw this this post. Okay, is Apache, right? What's one of the teams in the Super Bowl is the Kansas City Chiefs, right? And Kansas City, certainly Kansas, there's a lot of Apache in Kansas. I was talking to Christy about this today. And then where is it being played? It's being played in Tampa Bay, which is big Seminole country, also Native Americans in Tampa Bay, in that area of Florida. So, but which team? They don't know. Apache. So is there, we know there's many double meanings with 17 drops, right? Because we've also talked about Apache, the supercomputer. All right, we've talked about, think mirror. And so these people are evil, still don't believe you are sheep to them. 2020 coming, public is vital, release of info vital. Outrage justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. So this is a huge drop. It brings Super Bowl into the picture. It brings stock market dive into the picture. It brings Soros transfer of wealth. It brings Clinton, the Soros connection there. It brings the Rothschild into the picture, the news unlocking the map, which we've been seeing lately. Think mirror, public arrest made possibly. Apache, supercomputer, Kansas City Chiefs. Again, 17 has seen the future. 17 knew the Kansas City Chiefs were going to be in the Super Bowl a long time ago. This was February 5th, 2018. Okay, this is like a 3-year delta right here. Okay, so coming up. So that's coming up right now. So let me go back to Jennifer's dig. So follow the light got my attention. Think Super Bowl. The Weeknd is performing, likely singing the song Blinding Lights. Think follow the light. The Weeknd is performing. I don't even know who that is. Florida governor orders National Guard home from D.C. Super Bowl in Florida on 2/7/21. Post 2/7/21, okay, is a pic of the Punisher. Let me pull that up. 2/7/21. Okay. 2/7/21. Here is your Punisher. Boom. Right? Is Punisher John Durham? John Durham's been awful quiet. Does he come out of the woodwork here? okay, 2721, okay. But I love the Punisher, the connection there, Jennifer. Well done. Think, who can afford to go to the Super Bowl? The rich, the elite, celebrities. Now read post 3862, public dissemination of critical facts, world televised sit down. That's a world televised sit down, folks, is the Super Bowl, right? More viewers than any other sporting event. Super Bowl is most watched television event. Also remember this, guys. Look at all the advertisers, Budweiser, Pepsi, Coke, that pulled advertising from the Super Bowl. What do they know that we do not? Okay. Let me go to 3862. This is a great dive here, Jennifer. 3862. And we go down to, should be up here. No, I didn't do it right. Here we go. 3862, February 14, 2020, so a year ago. Regarding delayed testimony, allow for public dissemination of critical facts, possible unseals, declass prior to world televised sit down. Sometimes the necessary forum to update the American public is provided by those same people being investigated for. Release to change strategy. Watch what happens next. It goes to a Twitter of Andrea Junker. I need someone to explain to me why Bill Barr can immediately sit down with ABC but not under oath before Congress. Explain it to me like I'm in kindergarten. Okay? And this is also, I'm just going to mention this one because a group of very bad people tried to legally overthrow the president. Their media lackeys helped and sometimes drove it forward. They launched a $30 million investigation they knew was based on lies, so tried to trap the president in a ruse. Now they all have to pay for their crimes. This just happens to be right after that post. So this is awesome. Okay. Possible unseal, declass prior to world televised sit down, allowing for the public dissemination of critical facts. Sometimes the necessary forum to update the American public is provided by those same people being investigated for. Release to change strategy. Watch what happens next. That was February 14th, folks. So if you're thinking of a delta, that would be obviously after the Super Bowl. Okay. Back to Jennifer, and this is boom. Q has referenced things involving popcorn, want to play a game. Super Bowl equals game equals eat, popcorn, watch game, everyone home sitting in front of television. Bring on the emergency broadcast system. Drop 3862. Watch what will happen next. Jennifer, very strong decode on that. I love what you did there. Very powerful work, and it could very possibly be the Super Bowl. And what do you say we go to some of the excuse me, the deltas for the Super Bowl. And let me find them here. Here's February 7th, 2020. Okay. Let's go to, first of all, let me see if we got anything on 2018. And we do have February 7th, 2018. There are multiple there. Wow, there's quite a few in 2018. This has to do with, let's see, okay. This is... trying to figure out what this is. These buildings. Okay. Let me see. What building is this? Do you see where I'm at here, Barbara? Yeah.
Where are you as far as her post? Because I don't think it's on my timeline, is it?
It's oh, I'm sorry. You guys weren't with me.
I don't have you up on
Okay.
my big screen because my daughter came home and wanted to watch TV, so I'm just on my phone.
Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, so let me take us through this window, and I'm not quite sure what it is, but you guys will let me know, I'm sure. So let's start back with, this is February 7th, 2018. Now this is a, okay, let me start here. This is a lot on 2018. Okay. Barlow. This is a gentleman that thought that the internet could solve all of humanity's problems, and Barlow knew that new technology could create and empower evil as much as it could create and empower good. He made a conscious decision to focus on the latter. I knew it's also true that a good way to invent the future is to predict it, so I predicted utopia, hoping to give liberty a running start before the laws of Moore and Metcalfe delivered up what Ed Snowden now correctly calls turnkey totalitarianism. Barlow's lasting legacy is that he devoted his life to making the internet into a world that may enter without privilege, that all may enter without privilege or prejudice, accorded by race, economic power, military force, or station of birth. A world where anyone, anywhere may express his or her beliefs, no matter how singular, without fear of being coerced into silence or conformity. In the days and weeks to come, we will be talking and writing more about what an extraordinary role Barlow played for the internet and the world, and as always, we will continue the work to fulfill his dream. Heart attacks can be deadly, Q says. Okay. John Perry Barlow. Now, Snowden, the clock is ticking. How's Russia? Mr. Contractor, freedom of the press, John Perry Barlow, secure drop whistleblower, secure drop CIA, nobody is safe. So I think this is basically referring to the possibility that John Perry Barlow was murdered, okay, by the CIA. So the this gets into this is a little bit different. It's a little bit off base. I don't think it's connected, but you guys could dig into this more and let me know. Q says you have much more than you know, so much. Future proofs past. News unlocks map, right? Think mirror, PAM, equals plus, Red October, Iron Eagle, kill brackets, right? So we saw some kill brackets earlier. Iron Eagle, that was a big one for the Revolutionary War. Red October, another. Iron Eagle was a submarine. Red October was a submarine. The hunters become the hunted. The plus is, these are the pluses. I believe. What can you guys fill me in? The plus, two pluses and three pluses are Saudi Arabia, Iran, and I believe China, but I'm forgetting which ones. Maybe this will answer us. Kill box. So so this is a kill box. Hint on blank, please. It's driving me nuts. And Q says it's a kill box, which is what I had mentioned, right? This will all come to let's see. Thank you for visiting the White House. Nancy must have been betrayed by Chuck because he gave in on the government shutdown regarding DACA. Not quite related. This building now is coming up. Final guest arrived, a queue, and there's some connection to this building, and we weren't able to fill this out. But rotated image to match thumbnail orientation, something protruding from white horizontal stripe 2 floor below the open window. Security camera light, can't tell. Focus on substance around outside of the window on entry. Looks like there was some sort of a blast. Good night, Q. And what a coincidence. Do you believe? Have faith. Hunters become the hunted. This was after the Q said we have more than we know. Future proves past. The equal could be the Rod Rosenstein tracks GOP train. Rod Rosenstein. This is pretty convoluted. A lot on Rosenstein. Uranium One breaks silence today. FBI informant. Why did we refocus energy on this one out of the news cycle? Critical thinking. I don't know what that building is. Let's see. People ask for arrests. Gave one example. Just because you can't see doesn't mean it's not ongoing. Trust the plan. Window opened ahead of time to prevent pressure blast. Think Intel. Last discussion on this subject. Make sure the list of resignations remains updated. Important. When does Big Pharma make money? When we're sick, right? Curing or containing. Cancer, AIDS, etc. Mind will be blown by chain of command. Chain of command meaning these resignations and certainly Big Pharma. But how interesting that Bezos resigned, and Q in this Delta is telling us to remain updated. What if cure already exists? Talking about cancer. What about the billions public, private, government provided to fund cure? Sheep. These people are sick. How many top medical researchers found dead in the past 5 years? We've talked about this a lot. Why is this topic relevant now? Why does U.S. taxpayers subsidize meds for the rest of the world? That's what Trump got rid of. And Biden is quickly reversing all that. Then the final one on the 2018 emergency messaging system tests more frequent past month. Have you guys been seeing emergency medical tests more frequent? I think I have, in terms of what you guys are posting. Barbara, have you seen much of that yourself or from other people?
No, I haven't seen anything.
Okay.
I did see someone just posted something about looking up numbers on Google, or not Google, on DuckDuckGo, and I looked up one of the numbers, and now I can't find the post, but one of the numbers was the cure for cancer, and it was patented by Google.
Really?
Yes.
And
I'm trying to find the post. Well, I was trying to find the post while I was on hold. And I posted some other things for you in chat.
Oh, cool. Thank you. So this is the last Super Bowl Delta from a year ago. 38-38. Control over the media has kept the people in the dark. Control over the media has kept people at heel, behind. Control over the media has kept people focused on falsehoods. Control over the media has kept people in a constant state of fear. Has divided our republic into segments: race, religion, class, political affiliation, gender, weaponized. When a citizenry is divided, they have no collective power. When a citizenry has no collective power, they can no longer control the levers that govern them, levers of control. Illusion of democracy. Very, very important drop right now in this point in time. And that to me speaks volumes about folks, how have we exposed Facebook? By using Facebook. How have we exposed YouTube? By exposing YouTube, by using YouTube. How have we exposed Twitter? We've been exposing Twitter on Twitter, right? How do we expose the media? Do we use the media? That's what we believe 17 has been doing and Trump has been doing in the whole control mechanism. And that's why things are absolutely absurd in terms of the way we've been seeing things. This show is absurd, right? And so with that in mind, we need to understand that what about using the media to expose the media, right? And if they're doing this in the only way they can by showing the absurdity and then eventually showing us what really happened versus what the media showed us happened, that will finally destroy the media. And will they be using the Super Bowl as a way to expose the media, where the media is completely more watched than any other day of the year, right? So let me pull up one other thing, Margaret. I did pull that up. I'll go to that in a second.
I found that the numbers to look up, and that's also on Messenger.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so let me finish this. Margaret, I had 4951 pulled up actually. Thank you for that. But let me go to these other deltas. It's time to wake up. This is from Twitter. Have you heard of the New Way Forward Act? You should probably watch this. This is 9 minutes. Bill pending in Congress would devastate America. And this is, do you remember what the Way Forward Act was? Tucker Carlson reported on that. Storm is upon us is another one. This tweet is from a suspended account. We're used to seeing that from these drops. And then we have just two more deltas from a year ago for the Super Bowl, 3841. Fox News show FBI scrambling to respond to Clinton lawyer amid Wiener laptop review. Shall we play a game? A game, again, pops up. Where are they now? Public Optics, retired left, refers to fired forced. Federal Bureau of Investigation, James Comey, director, fired. McCabe, fired. Rubicki, fired. Baker, fired. Priestap, Stroke, Page, Cortan, Campbell, Steinbach, Glackalone, Turgle, Bauer, Anderson, all fired. If dirty cops ran the investigation into the DNC breach, could an argument be made that it was corrupt? If dirty cops ran the investigation into election interference, could an argument be made that it was corrupt? If dirty cops ran the investigation into HRC private server email scandal, could it be made that it was corrupt? Russia did not penetrate the DNC server. Internal download release, CrowdStrike manipulation of source. Russia did not interfere with U.S. election of 2016. CrowdStrike manipulation of source. The truth will be made public. The download speed is the giveaway there, because it could not have happened over an outside network. It could not have happened over a phone line. It had to be a thumb drive. 3842. Why is China, Qatar, donating vast sums of money to our education institutions? And let's see what it says here. It's one of those sites that you can't really find what you're looking for. So, and it's Yahoo, go figure. Is it really so hard to believe foreign actors are able to bribe those in key positions within the U.S. to betray their country? Oh, Harvard University professor and 2 Chinese nationals charged in 3 separate China-related cases. Charles Lieber and then 2 CCP members. Yeah, and this is, they received a lot of money, and they betrayed their country. And this is just an example of that. And so this has happened all over. This is what's called, I believe it's China's, what is it, Thousand Lights program. I know, Christy, I had you look at that up a while ago. But a Thousand Lights program where they get them out into the world and they become apprentices and they learn as much as they can.
That's actually a Bush thing, the 1,000 points of light, and that actually has a satanic cabal reference attached to it as well.
Yes, it does. This is a little bit different than that 1,000 points of light was, and that was a New World Order tool as well. But this 1,000 lights from China is about getting as many CCP members as they can out into academia and the workforce to learn as much as they can about technology and bring it back home. Meanwhile, they're all they're all communist China. Let me see. So I want to go to what you sent me here and see what you dropped. Yeah, good point. Amy Fitzpatrick says, Dave, what is the other team in the Super Bowl? The Patriots. Yeah, very good point. But they're not the Patriots. He played for the Patriots, but it's Tom Brady. It's actually the Buccaneers, Tampa Bay. They're actually playing at home. So he's playing for. He used to play for the Patriots, but not anymore. So that threw me there for a second because I'm so used to him being a Patriot, but he's with Tampa Bay now. So he's a Buccaneer. He's a pirate, basically. So let's see. And I barely know that because I've not watched a minute of NFL this year. Not a minute. They lost me. All right, so let me go to your messenger here. This was the one that you were talking about. DuckDuckGo and search these US 65. Oh boy. All right, I'm going to need to pull these up then. Let's see. US 65149 84B1. Okay. Treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah, the other one was cancer.
Okay. And the other one is let me pull that one up.
And you're not on screen.
Okay, thank you. 402 488 58A1. I was watching another broadcast today, and the guy didn't have himself on screen. And I'm like, okay, good. I'm not the only one. Okay. Here we go.
It's okay. We love you.
Thank you. I love you too. Here we go. So Google. All right. Here we go. So So this is the cure for cancer. Now this is a Google patent. Google patents. It is a Google patent. Inventor Kamal Parji. Now, let me see. Let me look it up in the U.S. Patent Office, because I'm guessing, I think what's going on here is the wait a minute. Why are we not looking up in the U.S. Patent Office?
What is it? Then you have to ask yourself, what is a Google patent?
Yeah, I don't know if they're just, if it's like a, here's a patent search. No. Okay, here's Patent and Trademark Office. And if you put in the number, there's no results for that. Let me see. I think that Google Patents is a way to search patents. I don't think that Google actually owns it. Yeah, so here's one, for example, application for the Alzheimer's was filed by Eli Lilly and Company. Okay. And it's a patent for treating of humans and animals susceptible to Alzheimer's. So Google Patents is the search tool. But I don't know, I also don't know why it's not coming up on the U.S. Patent Office. So let me see if I can find out more about the one for cancer. And let me see. So the cure for cancer. So I think this is a search. Inventor Parji Camille, priority. Let's see. A claim that salicylic acid, if applied directly onto or injected into the affected area in proportion and concentration depending on the size of the cancer, will reduce and remove cancer of all types, including leukemia or blood cancer. This is interesting. Salicylic acid. Okay. I know we took kind of a sharp turn off here, guys, but when you're talking cure for cancer, what do you say we do that, huh? Let's see. Salicylic acid is from a willow tree, from Latin salix, is a let's see, a type of phenolic acid and beta-hydroxy acid. This colorless crystalline organic acid is widely used in organic synthesis and functions as a plant hormone. It's in aspirin and anti-acne products. Interesting. It's on the World Health Organization's list of essential medicines. Okay. Yeah.
Well, that's kind of interesting as well.
Yeah. It sounds like it could be used for skin cancer, but also if it's injected into it, because it does get rid of a layer of skin. So that's very, very interesting. But it's also... it's the kind of thing that gets rid of stuff rather than reverses it. Sounds like it takes it out, right? You know, which is kind of an archaic way of thinking about things. Is like you aggressively take something out of the body rather than, you know, having your body be able to mitigate and dissolve it itself. So, but anyway, very interesting on those patents. Thank you for that. And what else did you drop me? Was it on the?
Yeah, one was. Let me just go back to my messenger.
The Telegram.
Yes, the Telegram one, and then William Dunn sent a letter from Obama office to Nara, and then there was Anna Ines. She sent something about Jeff Bezos involved with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay. Let me see.
And since we were just talking about Bezos, that kind of...
Yeah. Let's see. I'm seeing the letter from Obama. And what's that all about? 2020?
I don't know. I thought you'd mentioned something about Nara earlier.
No.
No? I don't know. I can't bring it up on my phone. So
this is. I think this is the Obama's attempt at trying to keep the disclosure of Ukraine documents from happening.
Oh, okay.
Which is significant, but it's just not necessarily for what we're doing right now. But let me see. I'll just show you guys what I was looking at here. This is the Office of Barack Michelle Obama, March 13th, 2020. The archivists, they're basically trying to, in the interest of countering the misinformation campaign underlying this request, we were prepared on this occasion to provide the committee's access to the records responsive to this request. In doing so, we emphasize that abuse of the special access process strikes at the heart of presidential confidentiality interests and undermines the statutory framework and norms that govern access to presidential records. So they're basically trying to block the release of documents that Grassley and Johnson were requesting regarding the some Ukraine behavior. Okay, so yeah. So now let me see. This Q-tip is the 45th president's answer to the article of impeachment. And why are we here? Let me see.
Well, he was noticing the word HA is highlighted intentionally. So he linked it to the tweet below. There are no coincidences. He said drop 699 includes the word ha many times. And then if you take it a step further, if you look at Donald Trump Jr.'s Telegram, he posted a few pictures of a video of his kids. One picture shows the number 700. If you go to drop 700, it has the same date as drop 699 and is the same message, next week.
Next week, suicide weekend. The problem, so you guys can see this, let me make sure you're on the same page as I am, because I need to take you to a different window here. There it is. Okay, so you guys see this. Okay, I'm going to have to go up close, but unfortunately you can't go up close with me. That's just a Telegram thing. I haven't figured that out yet, but okay, so this is very interesting. So in this, the letter to basically the Senate from President Trump's two lawyers that we read earlier, you're telling me that the ha was highlighted?
Yes.
Okay. And that's
so if you look at that white document right there, the first one, the ha was highlighted.
The ha was highlighted right here, which you're seeing there, and which takes us to 699. Now let me pull that up for everybody, because this has always been one that Todd and I really liked because of the way it was going down. But
right, and remember the highlighters?
Yep, that's right. Follow the pen, right? And by the way, it takes us to when we look up Ha in the drops, this is very interesting because it shows us everything Ha, and it also shows Durham. Q's first one pops up. Shall we play a game? What is coming? It had to be this way. So nothing could stop what is coming. So all these that have the HA in them, obviously, but in particular, we got to go to 699, and that's where we'll see ha 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 next week. Ha 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 ha. We warned you. You are stupid. Can you sleep? We can help. Wow. So that's basically 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. So it's basically 18 ha's, right? And then if you go to what else was on there, okay, was also 700. And I'll take you to why, and it says this is February 9th, Delta, all right? And on February 9th, it says next week, in kill brackets, by the way, which we just saw earlier. And then it says suicide weekend. So, yeah, and that's February 9th, right? On that Delta. Now let me take you back to where we just were on the Telegram, and this was a Eric or Don Jr. post.
Yes.
And was that on Twitter, or where was this?
Hold on a second.
And basically, Sabercat 700, here he is with his kids, and then the 700, we just took you to the 700. That was on Telegram? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So interesting. So it's a Trump War Room post, and interesting.
And it says that the drop 700 has the same date as drop 699. And the same message.
Yes, next week. Yes, exactly. And it was February 9th. Yep. And by the way, on that February 9th, let's go. 701 is top 10 player here now. 50, 22, 218, 5. Top 10 player. Again, want to play a game. Here's a plane. Looks like Air Force One on a runway. Yes, confirm Bravo TIK, then 700, and then 699. That was the 3-year Delta for those. Okay. So again, top 10 player here now. So February 9th.
I don't think you're on the right screen.
I'm not. Darn it. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see. It's like juggling chainsaws here, folks. Very.
It's all the different tabs.
Very dangerous. Here's the runway. Okay. And it says yes, confirm Bravo TK, then a number, and then 701, top 10 player here now in kill brackets, 50, 22, 218, 5. Don't know where to go with that.
I wonder if you don't think that has anything to do with that new airplane thing that I posted.
The Wheels Up. Why don't we go to that? Why don't we go to Wheels Up? Okay.
Top 10 player here now.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me go to here. Let's find your wheels up. Is that below or above?
I have to go to my thing too. Hold
That's
on.
all right. I can find
No,
it.
you're fine.
Okay.
I'm scrolling.
Okay, I think I have the direction that we need to go. Guys, go see Barbara Ann Heron here. By the way, when did they re-up your account? When did they bring your account back online? And did you do that trick that you used?
I did the trick, but they also they deleted my other one and then reinstated this one at the same time.
Really? And it was right after you did that trick that you showed me?
Yeah.
All right, I got to do that
because
then.
I think that executive order is still in effect. I don't think that that's been taken out of the picture yet.
Okay, interesting. All right, this Moscow thing.
I'm trying to find the wheels up. I might have passed it.
Yeah,
back up.
I missed it too. Sorry, folks. Let me let's see. Let me get to you guys. See how you guys are doing over here. Let's see.
It says 9 hours ago. It's right underneath the Biden short commute.
Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. So this is another Barb special. Proof Wheels Up, February 1st, 2021. Private aviation company Wheels Up to go public. Mentioned in the news. 17 mentioned Wheels Up in 2 posts back in 2019. Future proofs past. News unlocks the map. Private aviation company Wheels Up to go public via merger with SPAC and deal valued at $2.1 billion. And then
But you notice how it says flight logs under investigation? I wonder if they had something to do with Epstein.
Yeah, interesting. Only Anons, this goes to a 3414 post, only Anons can fully appreciate the continued validations, confirmations through covert series of mathematically impossible coincidences means in order to maintain structural integrity. Wheels Up, by the way, in kill brackets. And then the next post, 3423 from July 12th, 2019. Wheels Up, flight logs classified 1 through 99 under investigation by FBI DOJ. Now, this private aviation company, Wheels Up.
It's out of New York City. I sent you the website.
Awesome. I see that for the executive team.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now,
and Epstein was in New York City.
Yep, Epstein was in New York City. And here's the thing. What this company does, okay, I'll just read about it a little bit, okay? They have access to over 1,500 safety vetted and verified aircraft, okay? Dichter founded Marquis Jet and pioneered the first ever fractional jet card program, which redefined the industry and democratized private aviation. Okay, then they sold to Warren Buffett, who, by the way, is the owner of the railway that is getting a huge boost from the what do you call it? The pipeline, Biden's pipeline executive order canceling the Excel pipeline. He was a huge donor to to Biden?
I just looked up 199 in Q drops because it says class 199.
Yeah.
You need to, or sorry, 17 drop.
Okay.
You need to go there.
And you went there 199 because of
the class 199 in the kill brackets. I don't know why I just had an
1 through 99.
It's 199,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, the 199. Okay.
Right, and it fits. I don't know why. Sometimes that just happens where I just have this like, well, I need to look that up, and I
okay.
did.
So 199, uranium 1, California, EU.
You're not on the right screen.
Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute.
There it is.
I should be now. Okay. Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
EU, Asia, Iran, North Korea. Where did it end up? What was the purpose? Who was supposed to win the election of 2016? Why was the Iran deal kept from Congress and placed at the highest level of classification? Meaning a United States senator could not review the deal, but other foreign powers could. How much money was hand-delivered by planes? Why in cash? Planes. Yes. Yes. Yep. Why in cash? Where did the planes actually land? What was the cover? Who paid for Barack Obama to attend Harvard? Saudi Arabia. Why would this occur pre-political days? Who was the biggest contributor to the Clinton Foundation? I believe Saudi Arabia. The graphic is the key. Why does the MSM push conspiracy without investigation? Who controls the MSM? What does the word conspiracy mean to you? Has the word conspiracy been branded to mean something shameful in today's society? The world cannot handle the truth. This pill cannot be swallowed by most. Risk in painting this picture, the sum of all fears. Interesting link there with the planes.
Yeah.
Good pull on that. Really good pull. And you guys see why Barb did that, right? It was because it was classified 1 to 99, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. I'm going to the wrong one, which is the one that I was at. Let's see. 199. Okay, so we were in the wheels up. Okay. So this is basically they're getting private jets, and they're able to basically use those private jets for flights when those private jets aren't in use. Okay, and yeah, so you can book a private flight through the ease of the Delta Airlines app. So very interesting. Lee Applebaum, Lieutenant General, U.S. Air Force, retired Thomas Burgeson. He's, I'm sure, connected to, several, was he under Obama? You could look into Thomas Burgeson, find out if he was involved in that whole thing. Yeah. So this is the kind of thing where I had asked Barb for this, for the people here involved, because chances are that they're tied in with some of the goings on that is occurring. Could be, like you said, Barb, could be Epstein coming out of New York, but there's more connections. Yeah, that'd be awesome. There's a lot of connections here, a lot of connections. So that's cool. The wheels up, going public, and I don't know SPAC either. That would be a good one to find out what SPAC is all about. Let me see. Let's see. Proud Mama says wheels up tied with pedo stuff. Yeah, Proud Mama, if you can find out anything on that, that would be good. You guys dig on that, please.
And it's a special purpose acquisition company.
Oh yeah, okay. That basically means that the money was raised in that company to buy this other company. I thought it was the name of a company. Okay, all right.
Well, it's also, I mean, the only other thing that I saw in looking it up was Saratoga Springs, New York Performing Arts Center. I don't know what that would have to do with.
No, it's a special purpose acquisition. Yeah, that's absolutely. Let's see. Okay. Now
I was trying to look up flight because ID 69 is it 691914? Is that what it is? Is highlighted. So I'm going to look into that as well.
Okay, cool. Now tell me about what you discovered on the. Oh, by the way, this is a great post by Cindy Plant that Nicholas shared, and that is that this Moderna shot that we know that it has the mRNA and that it can actually change your DNA. We've been talking about this for a long time. And that it can actually create, transhumans in the sense of where you can, I've talked about this a lot, where this stuff gets into your system, and in your system, you can like swipe your hand and pay a bill, or buy groceries. You don't even need a wallet. You don't need anything. But they can also tell if you've taken certain shots and that if you've had certain diseases and things like that. They can tell everything about you. So your things regarding your HIPAA laws are right out the window because they're violating your very privacy with those things, your health privacy. Okay. This Joe Biden with the higher loyalty, just walk me through that real quick if you would.
Okay, let me get there. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, that was just above the Nicola's share of Cindy.
Yeah, so it says, how did Joe know she was already dead? Higher loyalty. We covered this from a different angle a few days ago. This was a Q-tip thing. And whether Joe Biden sacrificed his first wife and daughter, recap, the so-called elite have a higher loyalty to their puppet masters and ultimately to Satan. In order to be part of their club, there's a certain ritual one must perform before joining. One of these rituals is to make a sacrifice of your immediate family members. Biden's wife and daughter mysteriously died in a car crash in 1972. Mm-hmm. And actually Hunter was in that crash as well. She was pregnant, I think, too, wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she was. Thoughts: who was Neela Hunter murdered by, Joe or Jill? So if you walk through the post, it pretty much, I don't know if you know this, but Jill Biden was actually their babysitter.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I
got pregnant by him. So
they had a relationship before his wife died,
right.
And and there's
and it goes through all that. It goes through the story that how they met.
Oh, this is somebody who's filing a case against him. We've seen this.
Yeah.
And from Farnsworth.
Right, because apparently Biden knew that his wife died before she actually died.
Yeah, yeah. and this is.
And if you know anything about, satanic ritual abuse and the different things that are involved with all that, they actually have to kill their firstborn. Typically, that's one of the rituals. It's either a family member or it's usually their firstborn. So if I don't know which one died in the car crash, because I don't know if the daughter was older than Hunter or not. I don't have that specification.
I think she was. I think she was the oldest, but you guys could let us know that, please, in the chat if you guys know. This is interesting. This $35.99 drop.
Yeah.
And the higher loyalty. The harvest crop has been prepared and soon will be delivered to the public for consumption. A higher loyalty. Why? Hunters become the hunted. Treason, sedition. How do you remove a liability? 6 o'clock can be dangerous. Family proud. Okay, that was from November 16th, 2019. And if you look at this tie-in with the Y. The Y. I don't know where this is from.
You got to go back to. I'm underlined.
Okay. And then the Economist has the phoenix rising up from the ashes for the Great Reset. The Economist is constantly doing symbology on its signs, on its covers. I'm sorry.
And the phoenix, rises from the ashes.
Yeah. And then this this little Y here looks like it has the flames coming up. And I can't tell if that's a bird, but this is in one of the drops, I believe, but I'm not seeing it.
You know what I'll do is later I'll take that picture and run it through reverse image.
Oh, cool. That would be awesome.
See where I can find it.
That'd be awesome. Yeah. And I want to see here, speaking of, from Nicola, breaking central bank's deep state agent arrested in Moscow. There are around 100,000 such agents coming from Germany, France, USA, and Russia, and working on all kinds of insurrections in the name of human rights, as also the eugenics mass killing of Bill Gates is, from their point of view. The real reason why there is, of course, the fact that Russia refuses to implement a central bank that belongs to the 8 dark families. Hopefully other states will also do so and put all of the 8 dark family agents, including Western mainstream media and the big tech, straight away into jail. That was from Rudy Giuliani.
Did you see the post that theory from the boards?
No. This is.
It's under Wheels Up.
Okay.
And it's kind of interesting what he points out at the bottom.
Okay. Oh yeah. And a non-theory from the boards. Trump impeachment trial date 2/9/2021 dropped 2677 on 2/9/2019 2-year Delta, mentioning a public return. We never left. It's time to return publicly. We never left. It's time to return publicly. 2/9/19. Wednesday, February 9th, trial begins. And what are your thoughts on that? Who do you think?
Well, if you look at the tab, it's circled 2/9/19 and February 9, 2/9. That would be a delta, right?
Yep.
And then you go down, scroll down the bottom, and it says, "We never left. It's time to return publicly."
I'm gonna find that. So here's the post. It's from 2677. Optics are important. Stealth bomber silent. Reread Mueller regarding designed to drops. Probe conclusion coming. -30. Coincidence collusion occurred as new AG installed. What is the purpose of Whitaker? Reread drops regarding Scaramucci model. Purpose? Who did Scaramucci remove? Effective? Optics important. What occurs post-installed blockade removal D-class? Rod Rosenstein complete removal. OIG release of findings. How are they preparing to combat narrative equals vital? We saw vital earlier, right? House Intel launch of more fake investigations in an attempt to retain false narrative and claim political attacks if investigated prosecuted themselves. AS Adam Schiff, Southern District New York Attorney General. Attempts to retain blockade. Attempts to prevent public release of the truth. 0 leaks regarding Huber. 0. Do not mistake public silence for inaction. This is not another 4-year election. Welcome back. That was somebody responding to this drop. And Q said, we never left. It's time to return publicly. So that is...
that to me sounds more like a calm, like they're saying we're going to return.
Yeah. And so that's 17 saying that they're going to return. Maybe it's on this Delta.
Or maybe it's a return of we never left Trump.
Yeah.
He never left.
Yeah, that's true. That's a great point. That he never left D.C., never left the presidency.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because the trial references Trump. So
right.
For it to go back to that, that's kind of like a calm saying that we never left, we're still here.
Yeah. 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 It's possible some procedural score machine could push the start date of the trial back, assuming it's by unanimous consent, but February 9th is when it will likely get underway. Yeah, I like that.
I wonder what February 2/8, if the delta for 2/8 is, since it's listed. The pre-trial brief on February
8th. February 2nd.
Does that say?
Yeah, let me check that out.
I was looking underneath that. So I wasn't looking above. So this on the 2nd and the 8th. Right?
Oh, is both?
It says they're going to file on the 8th.
Let me pull that up. Oh, I see. We'll file its pre-trial brief on February 8th. Yeah. The House managers will file their pre-trial brief on February 2nd. The Team Trump will file on February 8th.
Right.
Okay. And that was from 2019. So February 2nd doesn't look like there's anything. Let's try for 2019. February 8th, 2019. Nothing there either. Let's try 2020. February 8th. Wow.
I think you're on 19 still.
I just went to 2020.
Okay.
And the bottom half was instructed 99% good. The first will send a shockwave. This is talking about the first arrest. Julian's ROM confirmed. Of course, that's been no longer.
Does first arrest come before suicide week? Because if suicide week's references next week.
Right. Well, it said suicide weekend, but it could be next week, so which is first? Which does come first? Let's see.
Maybe go to chat, see if anyone knows.
Yeah. You guys
Which
know
one
the
comes first,
suicide
suicide
weekend
weekend?
or the first arrest happened first? An informed public threatens those in power. New Jersey corrections officer charged in child pornography, which we just saw these FBI agents shot and killed for that exact thing. For every item that carries the darkness of humanity, there's one that holds the light, and that light is worth believing in, not just in others, but in yourself as well. C.M. Rain. Trust and believe in yourself. The silent war continues. Awesome. And then if we
about the second 2020?
So if we go, check this out. If we go to February 8th, 2018, U.S. Secret Service on high alert. We were just
again.
Yeah. And then also 697, panic in D.C., leverage depleted, POTUS freed, extreme chatter.
POTUS freed, and we just went over his
trial.
His reply.
His trial is coming up on February 8th. His pre-trial brief will be February 8th.
Yep.
Yeah, that's awesome.
POTUS freed. That's pretty cool.
That's awesome. And Secret Service on high alert. That's amazing. So February 2nd, 2018, nothing. 2019, nothing. 2020, nothing on February 2nd. And February 8th, by the way, will be after the Super Bowl too. So important to remember that.
Right.
I wanted to show these two drops because a few of you sent them to me today, and also a few of you sent them to Todd as well. Let me just see if anybody has an answer to that. Is suicide weekend before the first arrest? Let's see. Proud Mama says, put wheels up Epstein in DuckDuckGo. This article comes up. Decoding Satan blogspot.
Oh dear. You really can't make this stuff up, can
No, it's crazy, right? Let's see. Wheels Up, 109. Oh, wow. So the Wheels Up Gematria is 109, which is also pedophiles, child sacrifice. The Jewish Wheels Up is taxi driver, motto, up the way you fly. The Synagogue of Satan, skull and crossbones.
Wow.
Is the English. Okay.
Company who owns Wheels Up Airlines.
Yeah, airplanes. Let's see.
That's a link down there.
Private jet safety. Gamma Aviation. Okay, that's more. King Air. Cigna, Delta Dental. This is mainly for. Let's see. Wheels Up Aircraft Management, Wheels Up Pilot Career Center.
That doesn't lead anywhere.
No. But
maybe go back. Go back again. Back one more.
Wheels Up, private airplane company to pedos are using. Wheels Up, 220 West 42nd Street, New York, New York. Yeah, it looks like.
What building did Epstein live in New York?
Well, he was on the Upper West Side. I'm sorry, I believe he was the Upper East Side. So I'm going to say if you could look that up,
yeah,
that would be helpful. But this is interesting. Proud Mama, that's a good find on that Wheels Up Epstein. And I have a feeling... oh, by the way, Elaine Steiger said taxi driver is De Niro. Yep, another New Yorker. He's down in Tribeca, which is about 20 blocks south. Gamma Aviation employee reviews this company. 4.0, 2.0, passive aggressive, unskilled management. Let's see. Yeah, there's more here, guys. Please dig into Wheels Up. There's a lot more here. Let's see. Yep. Interesting stuff. Yeah, good find. Oh, wait a minute. So he's on 5th Ave? East 71st Street on the Upper East Side of Manhattan, yeah. So he's a good, 40 blocks north, or 30 blocks north, and all the way across Manhattan.
Okay.
West 42nd. Wait a minute, where was West 42nd? Yeah, it's pretty far away, but they're close. Now, what's even more interesting to me is the links that we were finding with the Clinton Foundation.
Right.
Seems to me the Clinton Foundation was around 42nd. Can you guys find out where that is, please? Yeah, Upper East Side, Wheels Up, take off. Yep. Let's see. Richard, thank you. Richard's got some breaking news here. And this is David Rodriguez Telegram. By the way, we're going to have him on next week. Let me see. Okay, so you guys were here for me, by the way. You guys had dropped this. Let me bring you to it now. Somebody in the Sneds had dropped this. So, oh my God. Okay, this is huge. Hold on, I gotta find you guys. I gotta find and make sure I'm getting you the right spot here. Let me take you here. Let's see. No, I gotta, here, I think this is it. Okay, let me see if, damn it, okay, all right, now, I gotta, there's another link to this, guys. Richard Citizen Journalist Public. I've got to find a different link outside of this, I think, because I don't think I can show the, well, I'm going to let it play. Okay, let me back this up.
The 1st of February, this is the National Mall here.
Hold on. Okay, this is Castle Rock Studios versus the real White House. And this is everybody coming in, and there's Biden with Now, this is such a quick Can you mute your microphone real quick for this? Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay, so this is the Culver Studios. This could have been, by the way, Barb, this could have been his commute. Just FYI. His short commute, right? Okay. Now, I'm sorry, this is the real White House. This first one, yeah, you know what, I can't make this out. It's too fast of a pan. And I don't know when this was filmed. Richard, do you know when this was filmed? Because I'm not getting any audio on this. So this is obviously Castle Rock Studios versus the real White House. We were there. I filmed this on the date of the ticket, Truth Exposed. But what's the date of the ticket? What's he talking about here? Now it looks like obviously he's doing these executive orders. Okay. Obviously this.
I don't think you're on the right page.
Oh, you know what?
1st of February. This is the national.
Here's the problem. I can't show videos out of Telegram worth a damn. Because what happens is they when I click on it, it goes to a different page. But now you guys can see that, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what exactly. So this is the actual White House here. And then this is the White House. Yeah. It's hard to figure out exactly what's going on here. Richard, could you just let me know? It looks like this guy is basically saying that, you know, Biden is at the Culver Studios, which is not far from me. I might have to take a trip by there tomorrow on the day off. But yeah, it's sketchy. You know, if it's going to be something that is it's a nothing burger. Yeah, it's a nothing burger. Yeah, they had no time to renovate the Oval Office, so we know that this is shaky. We know this is shaky. Watch the replay. Keep losing you all. Sorry, Ann. Let's see. See, yeah. So the problem is with Telegram, guys, we really can't do videos on Telegram. So ideally, if you're going to send me anything, let it be like a link outside of that, if we can. I'll try to do what I can on my end, but it's really difficult to show you guys and be able to go back and forth between them.
If you click on the video, there's usually a arrow
for like a download.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did on this one, and now I got to find it. But I think this is not really showing us much anyway. I'll take another look at that, and you guys can too. But yeah, I don't know if we basically, it's one of those things, guys. We already know that he's in a fake White House. We already know all this is going on. So it's like we shouldn't even need to continue with that ruse, right? I wanted to take us to this, Todd. It's the one that Todd was mentioning earlier before we went down that little trail. But thank you for that, Richard. So going to drop 49.51. Now, some of you thought that this would be a good link because it was Bezos stepping down. Okay. So this is Shall We Play a Game? Again, game is coming up with the Super Bowl, right? Nothing can stop what is coming, which is the NCSWIC, which is a part of CISA. Who stepped down today, forced, and that was the head of CISA, Brian S. Ware, who said that this was the most secure election ever. Okay, so that's why he was forced out. More coming. Why is this relevant? How do you show the public the truth? How do you safeguard U.S. elections post-POTUS? How do you remove foreign interference and corruption and install U.S.-owned voter ID laws and other safeguards? It had to be this way. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you see the light. Now, like Todd said, step down sounds more like a CEO situation, and Bezos stepped down today. So we often find double meaning, obviously, with the 17 drops. So, this whole step down today, could it be Bezos? They're also talking about the game. How do you show the public the truth? They've got to be watching. So what a captive audience on the Super Bowl. How do you safeguard U.S. elections? Safeguard, nose guard, football, safety. I don't know. How do you remove foreign interference? So just seems like a bit of a reach to me. Now, if I had been sent here by a timestamp, right, 49.51 or another timestamp, if I had been sent here today with that, then it would have been more relevant to me. And then Todd said search under step down, because again he said step down sounds very different. Step down 129.18. McCabe, only Rod Rosenstein left. He keeps popping up quite a bit. If Rod Rosenstein is dirty, Mueller must also be dirty. If Mueller is dirty, Rod Rosenstein must also be dirty, which is kind of a loop, and a never-ending loop, right? So that's the those are the step downs. Not much there. Yeah.
I just sent you something else Todd just sent me.
Oh,
it's
okay.
about the Super Bowl. And then something that Lynn Litwicki, I think her name is. Lynn Litwicki. Yeah, she sorry if I'm butchering the name, I can't talk right now. But she sent something as well about the U.S. Capitol building.
Okay. Also, by the way, I just went to one of the numbers that stood out, one of the mirrored numbers, which is which came up 292 from one of the previous posts, and this picture of the Clintons popped up at a young age, and with Chelsea, who we believe is Webb Hubbell's child, based on her lips, based on that look.
Isn't that Hillary yet? Isn't that Hillary? Oh, the baby's Chelsea.
Yeah, yeah. This is Hillary. They're asking about that ring that she has. Is that ring like the Soleimani, like the, you know, the
the blood ring.
The blood ring, yeah. Yeah. And by the way, his firstborn would be Danny, I believe, and Danny Williams, and he was sacrificed basically by just, you know, he never even acknowledged him. This is.
I didn't even know he had another child.
Yeah, he had a boy with his with a hooker, and this is him. And so and this is Danny Williams, and he basically, so obviously his mom is black, and he has been, you know, begging for a DNA test for many years, and he just wants his father, because his mother told him, and this is his mother, and his mother told him that, you know, she had a relationship with Bill Clinton, and that he was born from Bill Clinton. And so Hillary has completely defended this whole situation, and said that he's not, you know, that they're, you know, that this isn't her. So this is Danny Williams, and then this is Chelsea, and this is Webb, who had a relationship with Hillary as well during that time that she was born. And so he just wants a relationship with his father, and yet Hillary hasn't allowed that at all.
Wow, that's crazy that Chelsea looks like that guy.
I know, right? Yeah, there's other pictures that are even more just, yeah, here's another one. Just the lips are, you know, just really, she just looks a heck of a lot more like Webb Hubbell than Bill. So again, this is more speculation, folks, but you know, this is you know, Danny has been trying to get his dad's attention for quite some time, and this is where Hillary runs interference, if you will, and, you know, demeans the women that, you know, claim that they were raped by her husband, and yeah, so yeah, some pretty interesting stuff there, and just some deep dark secrets there. Let me see. Let's see. Clinton Foundation, Shelby, pulled up 77 Water Street in Financial District, 18th floor, and then Harlem. Okay, thank you. So those are not, but there was something happening on the 42nd. Yeah, Rhonda, we got kicked off of YouTube, the IndoctriNATION. So we lost 10,500 subscribers, and all the videos, all the work, all the videos were deleted off of YouTube. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, it's only taken, I don't know, a year to get 10,000 subscribers. Less than that, because I was staying off YouTube. Barbara, I stayed away from YouTube for the longest time because I was like, you know what, I'm just going to get kicked off there. So it wasn't like a surprise, right? So I was just kind of avoiding it. So we're about 2,000 people, folks. I want to kind of wrap this up. Barbara, did you have anything else? I mean, boy, did you launch some great stuff today?
Thanks.
Thank you.
No, I don't have anything else unless you see anything else on my timeline that you want to discuss. But I think we pretty much covered most of today.
Oh, something about Nicholas said that about the signature that came out on Biden's signature. Latest official document is raising eyebrows. Yeah, but that's just the dementia stuff. That's no secret there. And then there was the one other. No, that was it. Yeah, I think we covered it. This has been awesome. I want to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything in the show chat here. Let me see. Oh, from Todd, the thing from Todd here. Let's see. Yeah. So,
yeah, it's in Messenger.
So, you guys remember a couple weeks ago we covered Susan Rosenberg, who actually bombed the U.S. Capitol building in 1983, and she was sentenced to 58 years in prison, but Bill Clinton commuted her sentence in 2001. She now sits on the board of Black Lives Matter, who was nominated for Nobel Peace Prize.
And if you really think about it, they're the ones that really incited the violence on the Capitol.
Exactly. And so this is welcome to Crazyville, folks.
History repeats itself.
Yep, welcome to Crazyville. And that's from Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Lynn, were you on that broadcast when we did that? A couple weeks ago, and I showed you the picture of Barbara Rosenberg. I'll pull her up again. Very, no, that's not her. Let's see, where is she? Let me go to BLM. I think they're trying to stay away from. I think they're trying to get rid of any connection. This is not her. Let me see. Am I getting the name right off that? Let me see.
Hold on, let me get the name off of it.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Susan Rosenberg. Yeah. Okay. Susan Rosenberg. All right. Okay. Susan Rosenberg. So here she is. She's a convicted terrorist. Literally convicted, and now she's raising money for Black Lives Matter. This is not an accident, folks. This is not a. This is. We're watching a show, okay? If I was casting this show, Barb, and I was trying to find a twist in this story, I would have the person who absolutely bombed the Capitol, a real insurrection.
Do it again?
Yes, and be the head of the organization that did it again, and keep that from the public, and actually nominate her and her organization for a Nobel Peace Prize. It just doesn't.
Unreal.
It doesn't get any crazier than this. This is her back then. Welcome back.
I'm trying not to laugh. It's so bizarre.
It's crazy, people. This is a show. The only way that people are going to wake up is if they are exposed to the fact that they've been lying to you and me. This is her back in the day. Look at the assault
She
weapon.
looks like a man.
She does, yeah. She very well could be. I mean, that's a big thing.
It's switching.
The
right.
the Baphomet.
Yeah.
And the Baphomet images are it's a transgender. It's a transgender. Here we go. Hold on. Let me see if I can find one. That's not a real good picture, but this is Baphomet, and this is breasts on the female breasts. The pentagram, the horns, the coming out of the penis coming out with the serpent, the medical, this is Solve Coagula. I'm forgetting what that means right now, but this is what they do. They go to this transgender space. It doesn't make all transgenders terrorists or anything of that matter, but
right. I think like one of the rituals is killing a family member or killing your firstborn. Another one is making them, like if they're born female, making them male. If they're born male, making them female.
Right.
The firstborn.
Right.
Which is all just effed up, but whatever.
Yeah, it is. So let me go back to Todd's other drop to you, and this is I'm going to read this to you guys. Now this is very interesting. Okay, Super Bowl, is it Puppy Bowl 17, Super Bowl 55? Bring them to heal. 30 days from first talk of emergency broadcast system. Flynn's done in 30. 7,000 first responders to help. 13,000 rich pedos suffering from tainted adrenochrome. Joe Biden will tweet, "My fellow Americans, a storm is upon us. Winter storm coming this weekend for East Coast." Oh, we got to talk about that.
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
God's so good with the numbers.
What's that? Oh,
God
yeah.
is so good with the numbers.
Yeah. By the way, what he's speaking of is that there are 7,000 first responders that they're giving tickets to for the Super Bowl, right?
Right.
And then 13,000 are actually buying tickets, right? So Super Bowl puppy show. Average people must be able to digest and accept factually events. Everyone overeats on Super Bowl Sunday. We are ready. Think bar public. Crossbar on football field. Paint picture equal war paint Chiefs. Watch the water. Tampa Bay Buccaneers Pirates. Brady expatriate playing a part for the Bucks. Black eye refers to pirate Buck. So much more. Yeah, good call, Todd. Good stuff, man.
That's amazing.
Yeah, so everything's kind of pointing to this Super Bowl, and
the Super Bowl is where they traffic young kids. So the fact that they have a puppy bowl just kind of like.
Yeah. Let me see something. Let's see. friend of mine used to do the Puppy Bowl. He used to announce the Puppy Bowl.
Well, you've got the 17 there, which is 17.
That's
and then
right.
You've got 5-5.
That's right. Yep.
And they always mention 5-5.
5-5 is absolutely, it's loud and clear, right?
Yep.
5-5 is the, let us not forget that 5-5 is, look to Twitter, exactly this. My fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. And it says POTUS will tweet, right? We'll do that. And Todd has been saying, well, if Biden's a POTUS and he's, playing the role, they could very easily have him do it.
Right.
Right.
Because the white hats are in control.
Yeah. Yeah. So great stuff. Great stuff. Now, let me go to.
Wrong one.
What's that?
No, I was sorry.
That's all right.
Someone just texted me, so I was.
So let me pull up. Okay. Now, basically, I'm going to try to pull this up for you guys, and it has to do with the storm. And let me see. Oh, by the way, the Newsmax anchor, why did he walk out on Lindell?
I don't think I've seen that.
I haven't either, and I'm trying to. Let me see if I can pull this up.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us, and welcome. So what happened? What happened?
This is 1:51, so let me pull this up for you guys, and then we'll go to the storm. Very important information on the storm. Stay out of the storm, please, and I'll get to that in a second. But if you're falling asleep, stay out of the storm. Here we go. Let me pull this up. Here we go. Nope, that's not it. Let me try that again. Nope, that's not it. And I don't have access to this. Let me do this. Desktop. Go over there and let me pull this up. All right, and here we go.
Happened with your Twitter account and the company page?
Well, first mine was taken down because we have all the election fraud with these Dominion machines. We have 100% proof. And then when they took it down about 3 weeks ago, and then when I put it back up, my personal, it was a
Mike, thank you very much. Mike, you're talking about machines that we at Newsmax have not been able to verify any of those kinds of allegations. We just want to let people know that there's nothing substantive that we've seen. And let me read you something there. While there were some clear evidence of some cases of vote fraud and election irregularities, the election results in every state were certified, and Newsmax accepts the results as legal and final. The courts have also supported that view. So we wanted to talk to you about canceling culture, if you will. We don't want to relitigate the allegations that you're making, Mike, because we understand where you are. So let me ask you this. Do you think that this should be temporary because it appears to be permanent? Could you make an argument that it is temporary?
What?
Could you make an argument that this could be a temporary banning rather than permanent?
No, I want it to be a permanent because you know what? They did this because I'm revealing all the evidence on Friday of all the election fraud with these machines. So I'm sorry if you think it's not
Mike,
it's real.
can I ask our producers, can we get out of here, please? I don't want to have to keep going over this.
Actually,
we at Newsmax have not been able to verify any of those allegations that you're
Mike, hold on a second. Everybody hold on a second. Mike, hold on 1 second. Let's talk a little bit about...
So this is, folks, this is, and this is very interesting. Barb, is that coming through you or is that coming through me?
I'm on mute.
Okay, yeah, that was coming through me. Okay. So, you know, what have I been telling you guys about Newsmax, right? Look how hard they fought for that. Look how hard they fought to convince their listeners that there is no proof, that they have, they accept the certification. They are the ultimate controlled opposition, folks. Please don't give Newsmax any more of your time. The same with Fox. It's time to shed all mainstream media, folks, and just focus on independent. There's a lot of people like us out there that are doing much, much better work, much better work than Newsmax ever could, that Fox ever could. Because they are beholden to their corporate masters, and it just doesn't work. It doesn't work that way. You cannot continue to support this this system that wants to lie to you and pretend everything's okay. So okay. This is, by the way, Lauren, thank you too for your work on the News Unlocks map as well. Censored Lauren on Facebook and Lodenko on YouTube. So many of you are sending great stuff, guys, and I'm trying to find the video about the particulates in the storm winds. Okay, that's what I want to warn you about. Okay, and we'll talk more about this. But what's really important is as this storm comes upon us, and even the storm that's happening now, as best you can, when it is in the air, try to stay inside and try not to take in the particulate matter in the air of these storms. As best you can, stay inside, use an air cleaner, air freshener. Make sure your filters are clean. Because you don't want to be taking in the particulate matter in this storm. And I'm trying to find the video, and I want to make sure that I'm getting the right one for you. And go ahead.
I was just looking up the storm on Facebook under posts, and I came across
yeah.
a news channel that said another storm forecasted for potential, and it says in quotation marks, forecasting the potential for another blockbuster snowstorm.
Blockbuster snowstorm, huh?
Yeah, movie blockbuster. Yeah.
Okay.
I thought that was interesting.
Let's see. Let me see. This is, I know that you guys were dropping it to me too. You guys know what I'm talking about. It's a storm that.
Is it the countdown one?
Oh, by the way, Lynn dropped this earlier. Not the countdown. But Lynn dropped this earlier while we're talking about the Super Bowl and the rituals. You know, Lady Gaga, when she was lowered from the star, she's dressed as an androgynous star child who falls from heaven, a symbol of Lucifer's return, then stands on top of one of two towers, September 11, and two Masonic pillars of Boaz and Joachim, which catch on fire. Later, as it gets dark, fans swing lights, which in the world of occult is known as 1,000 points of light, which we were talking about earlier. Towards the end, Gaga emerges from reddish smoke with pentagrams flashing and proceeds to do a robotic dance on checkered floors with people that resemble fallen angels. So that was just one from Matt Townsend. Thank you, Matt, and thank you, Lynn, for sharing that. That was just one Super Bowl ritual. Folks, I wouldn't even allow my daughter, when she was a toddler, to watch the Super Bowl or the Super Bowl halftime show, because everyone's like, "Oh, let's get the kids in to watch the Super Bowl, halftime performance." No, that's not what you do. Not when you know what we know. Okay, so let me go to. This is awesome. Yeah, I'm trying to find. You guys were posting that. Let me find it.
Was it the one I just posted in chat?
Let me see.
Or was it about the actual winter storm?
The actual winter storm.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
And by the way, I should find it because you guys were dropping it to me. So let me look on my page. Guys, I can't even tell you how many things I get a day, and oh my God. Here's Jean Bennett. She's wondering if this guy's carrying the football right here with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago.
That's what it said, yeah.
Yeah, he's right with him. Yep. And here he is. Right before that, he's doing a teleconference. This is a better version, by the way. This is a much better picture. I think I can get a better picture off this.
If someone wants to send me the storm video, I can send it today.
Yes, please. Okay, yeah, look at what we have here, Barb.
Wow, that's a lot clearer. Holy
Yeah,
cow.
yeah, this is military. No question about it. This is all military. Look at this. Who's in charge? Who's in charge? Now, we don't have a definite, this is from Melanie Schultz. Thank you, Melanie. We don't have a definitive date on this picture, do we? Does anybody have a definitive date on this? And let me see.
William Dunn sent, it says Trump's Thanksgiving in Palm Beach, Thanksgiving 2017.
That's when it was?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. See, I hate it when pictures like this float around without the dates, because if he was talking to him today, that would be very significant. A conference call with the military today would be very significant.
Kathy Sokolet, I can't say her last name. I apologize. She just sent me it.
All right. Thank you, Kathy.
Acevedo. That's her last name.
Yes. Soliquitz Acevedo.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I butcher names. I apologize.
let me see why. And here's Trump getting pictures with two little boys here. Don't know where this is. but here he's pulling money out. See, he's pulling money out, and he gives these guys money, right? I mean, it's like he always takes care. I've heard he's a very, very good tipper. Oh, that's sweet. That's very cool. All right, so all right, this storm business, guys, help me out. Why am I having such a difficult time finding this?
It's in Messenger. I sent it to you. It's the one up from the Pelosi one.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's see. This is it. Okay. Yes. Okay. Now, this young man here, I think his name's Jonathan. He's the one that shared this. But let me go right to the video itself, and we'll play it from there. Let me make sure you guys are pulled up. And can you mute Barb, please?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to play this right now, and then we'll end after this. This is going to be for a few minutes here. Here we go.
Where we go one, we go all. Until next time, guys.
James Kaufman will report today, January 31st, 2021, about 10 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you, no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and for critical future updates. Winter storm Orlina is sweeping the nation with PM2.5 as many of us are.
Hold on, folks. I'm having some audio difficulty. Hold on, I want to make sure that you're not having audio difficulty. And I think I know what the problem was. We had President Trump still going there. All right, let me just get rid of this stuff. Make sure we don't have anything else going on. Here we go.
Already know.
Let me back that up just a bit.
About 10 p.m. James Kaufman, World News Report today, January 31st, 2021, about 10 p.m. Central here in the U.S. God bless you and yours, no matter where you are in the world, folks. Please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, ring that bell for critical future updates. Winter storm Orlina is sweeping the nation with PM 2.5, as many of us already know. Folks, this is going to blanket the entire nation. We're going to see freezing temperatures in the Gulf Coast areas. Power outages are going to be widespread with all the frozen power lines and trees. This is going to be a catastrophe that's already started. According to weather.com, major winter storm drives east. Orlina to slam East Coast as powerful northeasterner with heavy snow and high winds. They're expecting sustained 45-mile-per-hour plus winds, folks. Now, y'all remember, it's all filled with PM 2.5, so get out there and enjoy it. Winter storm Orlina, map, tracker, forecast, snow alerts, timing, and more. Orlina is already started to and is going to destroy the northeast with blankets of snow. They're expecting several feet across the area. Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York, Scranton, Hartford, Boston, Albany, Portland, Washington, D.C. Enjoy your PM 2.5, folks, because it's coming. According to the dailymail.co.uk news, it's a monumental winter storm, Orlina, that will bear down on Chicago as it steamrolls east and prepares to dump up to 2 feet of snow on New York City. More than 100 million people across the Midwest and Northeast face snowy conditions through Tuesday. Weather warnings are in place across the country with wind gusts as strong as 45, really 50 miles an hour in New York City alone. It is the same weather system responsible for dumping rain and snow over parts of California earlier this week. Folks, there's a much stronger one on its way. By Sunday morning, half of a foot of snow had been recorded in Chicago, with flakes still falling. Forecasters also expect heavy snow in Boston, Philadelphia, D.C. as the storm worsens into a nor'easterner. The worst of the weather for the Northeast is expected Monday. Storm is forecast to end Tuesday. AccuWeather Chief Broadcast Meteorologist Bernie Rayno has already called the cold blast monumental. According to the Weather Channel, New Jersey, Philadelphia declare emergencies. Hundreds of crashes reported as Winter Storm Orlena moves east. 2 hours ago, hundreds of vehicle crashes were reported and flights were canceled at major airports as Winter Storm Orlena trekked across the upper Midwest into East Sunday, prompting a state of emergency in New Jersey and warnings for residents in New York to monitor conditions closely as the storm moves their way. Folks, the next storm coming is 10 times the size and power of this current Orlena. They're already telling you there's going to be major power outages for 80 to 100 million people in the Midwest and Northeast. Wake up, people. Wake up immediately. And remember, don't get caught out doing this. You ask why? Why you ask? I don't want to scare you guys, but this is what you're facing right now. Nothing. This is what's following that. And then behind that, you have what I call a superstorm. So y'all get ready and get prepared. Let me show you why you should be even more worried. Here's that storm pushing across the U.S., right? See that, right? See if we can drag it through. There's 28 nanograms per meter cubed of PM 2.5 in that. 32 nanograms of PM 2.5 per meter cubed right there. These winter storms coming, they're deadly. You say, what is 24 nanograms per meter cubed of PM 2.5? Well, let's take a look, shall we? Why don't you want to be out shoveling snow, folks? Because it's PM 2.5. What is PM 2.5? Well, folks, it's designated as an airborne particulate group 1 carcinogen, the most harmful form of air pollution, due to the ability to penetrate deep into the lungs, bloodstream, and brain, causing health problems including heart attacks, respiratory disease, premature death. In 2013, a study involving 312,944 people in 9 European countries revealed that there was no safe level of particulates, and that for every increase in PM10, yes, lung cancer rate rose 22%. For every increase of 10 PM10s. Now, the smaller particle, PM 2.5, that we just looked at, were particularly deadly, with a 36% increase in lung cancer per 10 nanograms meter cubed, as it can penetrate deep into the lungs. Worldwide exposure to PM 2.5 contributed to more than 4.1 million deaths from heart disease, stroke, lung cancer, chronic lung disease, respiratory infection in 2016. Are y'all picking this up? Overall, ambient particulate matter ranks as the 6th leading risk factor for premature death globally. Now go get yourself some. Please remember all these wonderful winter storms that you're enjoying, all this snowfall, and this front pushing through, and the front hitting Pennsylvania and Philadelphia right now. Folks, that's nothing compared to what's coming. We've got 2 superstorms compared to that coming, and they're full of what? PM 2.5. And there's another storm between the 2 superstorms coming. So y'all get ready. It's going to be a 1, 2, 3, 4 punch, all filled with PM 2.5 for your enjoyment. Enjoy yourselves up in the Northeast. But remember, if you get caught shoveling snow, you're sucking up that 2.5, and go back and read what PM 2.5 is. Look at Wikipedia. Look at any of the medical information on it. See what 30 nanograms per meter cubed really can do to you as far as increasing your risk of respiratory disease, chronic lung cancer. Think about this, folks. What does this sound like to you? I want you to all use your heads here. This is a big, big, funky deal going on. I don't know how the PM 2.5 got so concentrated all across the world. I've been watching the PM 2.5 now for about 10 years, tracking volcanic activity mostly, but this is something different. We don't see concentrated levels coming out of volcanoes. We see 30 nanograms per meter cubed in every single storm headed this way, and even really in the Atlantic Ocean. Doesn't matter which side of the ocean you're on. God bless you and yours, folks. Please share this information or it won't be seen. Trust me. And please subscribe for critical future updates. God bless you and yours.
That's yeah. So we got to be on the lookout. We got to be careful. Also, the thing that concerns me about where it comes from, how much of it is coming from China, just the different types of particulate and how they've already spread, the Wuhan virus and the other things that they could be spreading into the air, into the atmosphere. So at any rate, it's just, but these are very, very fine particles that everybody is saying that you don't want in your lungs because they're so fine, they get into your lungs, get deep in there. So just be careful, folks. Stay indoors. 17's been telling us that anyway. Stay safe, and we'll ride it out. Ride it out. Ideally, get a air cleaner in your house as well, or have that going. All right. Well, let's. That's a lot for one show. That's a lot for one day.
Yeah.
A lot of information in there. We'll be on tomorrow if we need to be. If not, but also I'm going to put up a broadcast, a podcast I did, Fireside Chat with Dave, with Jasmine Summer Agnew, our silver fabulous person. Guys, please check out the IndoctriNATION. Please go to Market on the IndoctriNATION. Check it out there. Check out Barbara Ann Herron, guys, on Facebook. Check her out. And friend her. Thank you, Barb. What a great show. Yeah, nice work. You're crushing it.
Good night, everyone.
Okay, be well. We'll talk soon, okay?
All right, talk to you later.
All right,
Bye.
bye-bye. All right, guys, Barbara Ann Herron, and much thanks to her, much thanks to Todd and Cindy. Sorry for the audio issues that we've been having. Lynn, being outside in the storm is part of my job. So Lynn, see what kind of mask you can get. See if the N95 is able to stop the 2.5 parts per particle. And let's say a quick prayer, shall we? Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for keeping us safe from the storm. Thank you for all the information that we're able to get and that we're able to use to navigate this world that we're in. We thank you for President Trump and his family, all the Q team, and all the keyboard warriors, autists, anons, and snedheads that are really focused on finding truth and spreading the truthful message that we find so that people can wake up to what's really going on. We ask you to help people to see the mainstream media for the propaganda it is and how it is harming humanity across the board. And please help them to find, help outside of the mainstream media, find truth outside of the mainstream media. And Lord, please watch over our team that puts this together every night, and our families. Please protect us and keep us safe. And special prayer for Christy Nance Taylor and her dad Bruce tonight, who she lost and who's in heaven now. And all the Snedheads who are having difficulties, Lord, we just ask you to watch over them. In Jesus' name we pray, thy will be done. Amen. All right, folks. Great to spend some time with you this evening. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest, and great to see you. See you Thursday, and we'll talk soon, if not before that. All right. Love you much. Bye-bye.